What's up, guys? Welcome to Chillporeal. Once again, this is the 50th. This is the 50th one. So with me, I have the guest. I have the one and only YEARPROD. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
So he's the brother of another streaming bro I have. I won't. I'll let you guys guess who it is. Well, after the fact. So how you doing, man? Thanks for being here.
I'm good. Thank you for having me. Yeah, that intro is crazy. I think the volume was very surprising to me when it happened.
Oh, I never heard that before about the
It was
volume.
very loud. Yeah, no, it blew my ears out.
Yeah, I used a video game theme from a game I played in childhood. So it's called
Oh,
Tiny Toons. I don't know if you're even familiar with it. But yeah,
I think so.
yeah, I wanted to find something that was purely whimsical, and I thought that was the perfect thing, and it brought back a lot of nostalgia when I was a young kid. So
Yeah, you've sure got a lot of nostalgia in the intro. That's for
yes,
sure.
yeah.
Nostalgia for some, I'd say.
I'm sure you
Some
can guess.
nostalgia for
Yeah, I'm sure you can guess what the opening shots. I haven't really changed much of it. I always use like original Star Trek as my all the whimsical parts of that. So, but yeah, I guess he can't come online, so I guess he's gonna do it in chat right here. So whose brother are you?
Wow. Look at that. Dread Roberts called me the worst brother in the entire universe.
Well, that is there an everything bagel in this universe or something?
Something. I must have ruined everything somewhere.
But yeah, so yeah, you're prod. Uh, you okay if I call you by your name?
You can call me Kelly. Yeah, I
Kelly.
go
All
by
right.
Kelly in the stream most of
Yeah,
the time.
yeah. So I mean, me and Kelly have talked, so we know each other pretty well. So yeah, you call me Brian. Everybody knows me as Brian. Ever so.
But
Um,
yeah, Nerporial would get so old after a while. I feel like.
yeah, some people say nerd per real because they're like, I've never seen this. Or I've literally like I was walking, was thinking about some old Trek, reading some nerd stuff, and I thought the word corporeal, incorporeal, but then the word corporeal, and I was like, nerd corporeal, no, nerd poreal, and then
Wow, what a movie moment.
yeah, yeah, I felt like a director. I just had an idea, light bulb, and I was like, okay, what would the concept be? Well, to be corporeal is to have a body. So I took like this random body. I was originally going to use the robot Gort from the old '50s film, The Day the Earth Stood Still, but then I just found like a cutout of like a gingerbread man or something like that. So I did that. I am not a tattoo guy, but I thought of the idea of putting silhouetted tattoos of like all the things that all the all the franchises I like, all the symbolic things like Legend of Zelda, you got the Triforce. Star Trek, you got the Delta, and
Yeah,
oh
apart from all the face parts, you could get all those tattoos. You don't have any tattoos?
no, no,
Okay,
I
okay.
this is gonna be a hot take. I think they're
There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah. So
Some people don't like putting stuff on their body. I do. I've got tattoos. I've got some. I don't have a
yeah,
bunch of tattoos, but
at least you don't have them on your face. Like I saw like I saw like a video of somebody that had like all these tattoos on their face, and I think the meme was, would you hire this person? Because this person was complaining that they didn't get the job because they went for an interview or something like that. And they're like,
no.
oh, we didn't hire you because you don't have enough experience.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
I think it would depend on the tattoos. Like if you just got like some small ones or something. I mean, I don't know. I guess I've never been a boss hiring people.
Well, I mean, are you familiar with the symbol Baphomet?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
horse head over the. It's like it looks very demonic, but it
the
actually goes all the way back to
the
like the
Templars
Crusades. Yeah, the
worship them,
Templars. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a deity that the Church of Satan has taken
Hmm.
as their own because they just
Hmm.
like to spit on every religion that exists.
And I've never seen that until I actually have never seen that until I've read the Berserk manga, because there's a point where they
Mm.
deal with cultists and all that, and there's like all this demonic stuff, orgies and everything, all this gratuitous stuff. But speaking of Berserk, later on this stream, there was an awesome trailer made by a group that they're actually going to try and adapt the original arc, the very first arc that even the original '97 show did not. So I wanna show that. I got so excited this morning and everything. But so Kelly is Kyle's brother, Dred Roberts' brother. So yes, everybody
Yeah.
go. I don't know if I added I should add your Twitch. I should forget.
Yeah, you can if you want.
So
It's a pretty niche channel. I don't get many people in there that aren't like musicians because that's what I do there is music feedback.
So what do you do? So you do music feedback. So what's your what is considered good? Because I was listening to some of your stuff on Twitch today, and you're like, oh, this like the video I downloaded was, bro, this sucks. So I'm curious
Oh
where
yeah,
I was listening to it, I was like, I didn't hear anything, but then again, I don't critique music, so I'm
I
curious
think that was there's this guy, Random Foxo. I think that's his name. I love that guy. He's so great. He hops in the stream a lot. He's a regular. But yeah, no, he sometimes like the regulars, they'll put like some of their old stuff when they first started out. And he had clipped me telling him how bad the song he had sent in was. As to your question of what makes something good, I guess that's it's art, so it can be pretty subjective, but I try to be objective in like an audio engineering sense, to tell somebody if a mix is good or not, because I get some really like experimental stuff that you would never find me listening to ever. They're putting like 800 beats per minute in like a 6/3000 like time signature, and like
6/3000.
that was just an example. There is a person specifically that does really weird time signatures and really weird tempos and just like makes random stuff with like absolutely no eye for like melody or anything like that. But I try to look at it from
Or
a
do you
mixing
mean
standpoint,
3000/6? Because
something like that. Yeah,
all right,
I'm not actually too familiar with stuff like that. I work in
all
like
right,
4/4 and like
all right, so 4/4. So I took piano lessons. I know how to read music. So
Mm,
4/4. The top four is basically 4 beats per measure or bar, whatever you want to call it. The bottom four per notation means a quarter note represents a beat. So a quarter note in a bar would represent 1 beat. But so if you have like 6/8, for instance, there's still 6 beats per measure, but 1 beat would not be a quarter note. 1 beat would be an eighth note. The eighth note has the little flag on top. That's
okay,
basically
yeah,
what it means. So I mean, you
okay,
could
yeah.
go it just goes 16th, 32nd, 64th, basically like that. So
Okay, so
um,
it's the amount of beats per section over
mhm,
the amount of sections. So I've worked
yeah,
at 4/4 and mostly that and 6/4. So
four,
I don't really
yeah,
branch out and stuff like that. 4/4 is like the
4/4 is standard. That's
yeah, it
standard.
is.
Like
Yeah.
anything else is just you don't want you don't want to deal with it. So
Yeah, man, and they make some crazy stuff. I mean, but yeah, I try to look at it from like a scientific perspective, just on like the frequency dynamics and the mix itself, because that's where like the hard stuff really is when it comes to the music. Everything else is going to be like talent, I suppose.
yeah,
But anybody can do audio engineering. You just have to have working ears, and so people will send it to me to have a fresh set of good ears to understand like the dynamics and whether or not things are placed well, and also I can help like teach people how to fix it if they need to know how. Um, that's pretty much how the channel works. I do get a lot of people that don't know anything about that stuff. They'll make it on their phone, and they'll send it in. They want to be a musician so bad, and they just sometimes they don't have the money to buy the equipment, stuff like that, and it goes a long way for some people. I guess it is very fun though, doing that.
yeah. It sounds like it. So when you said dynamics, do you mean like the musical definition of dynamics? How loud it is, basically, how soft it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that paired with like the compression of everything, and dynamics is the most important,
Yeah.
when you send something to somebody, they're going to be like something's too loud or something's too quiet.
I used to get a lot of crap. So I was in a concert band in high school, and I played the keyboard, and so I would have I would have the volume. I would have the volume would be like a little knob, so it wouldn't be like when you play piano, when you play harder, the louder it gets. The lighter you play, the softer it gets. But for a keyboard, that's not the case. So I have to turn up the volume. So my teacher was the conductor. My teacher, the conductor, was like, he was older, and he was the only, like, I don't know how he got away with this, but he used to swear at us. Like, he would, like, this was Chicago public school, like, lots of rules, lots of, you can't get away with shit like that. Well, he's just like, hey, quit effing. He's like, hey, bass player, and he wouldn't even call me by my name. He called me, hey, bass player, quit effing around with the sound, bro, or not bro, but he would say that. And then I'll say this one. Months later, I wanted to be part of the. I didn't know who was sponsoring the Christian club at my school, and he was the one that sponsored the Christian club. And I was like, who's running the Christian club? He's like, I am. And I just, like, I didn't say anything. I looked at him. I didn't say anything. And then he looks at me. He knew exactly what I was thinking. He's like, how dare you, son? How do you think I am, some fucking heathen? I was just like, oh my God. And then the other teacher was there laughing his ass off. I'll never forget that. And all the other students, I was a freshman. So we had all the upper, I was surrounded by upperclassmen. Every time they bumped into me in the hall, they'd be like, God damn it, bass player. And then they'd walk away. So that was, yeah. So that was part of my music experience. And then me taking piano lessons. I had a little Greek elderly lady that taught me piano and stuff. So
Okay. Yeah, I've always wanted to learn, like, how to really play piano. Like, I have the piano, but I'm not very good at it. I can play it, like, for production purposes, just to, because it's really much easier just to have the instrument than it is to, like, point and click on a piano roll.
Yeah.
But
can
can
you play like a scale? Can you play like a scale or something?
Not even one, honestly. Yeah, no, the theory and all that, it's beyond me. Like, I can play the guitar better than I can the piano. Um, and I could barely play a scale on the guitar. I think for me, I've always been intuitive about just kind of learning the neck of it and stuff.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to do, like, so besides learning, like, pieces for recitals and all that, I actually had to do, like, I had to do scale exercises. So I had to know all the different scales, whether they were major or minor. So minor scales always end with, like, you skip like a couple of half steps to make it sound. I always call it the Egyptian sound. So, like, da 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 da. That's what I'm talking about. Something like that. I don't know why I call it the Egyptian sound. It doesn't sound kosher. Well, that's actually, I don't even know why I said kosher.
Kosher's a weird word for that.
Well, maybe I'm connecting all this to Exodus. Maybe Moses. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Israelites, and let my people go. Exactly. Yeah. So I didn't say hello to the chat. I gotta say hello to the chat. So we got. Do you know this guy? I don't think I know this guy. Angry Canadian. I don't know who he is. I think, isn't he like he likes bad Nintendo games or something. I think
this is the first time I'm realizing that Canadian isn't spelled correctly on his name.
Because I think that there's probably other channels that have it spelled that way, so he had to kind of vary it a little bit. So everybody knows AC. Everybody knows. We all know AC.
Everybody knows him.
And yes, AC. I'm gonna play Paper Mario. I'm gonna play Thousand Year Door. I'm gonna give it a shot. So. And we got Nosferatu. What's up, man? He says, Kelly, whatever you do, do not sign with Bad Boy Records.
I have no idea what Bad Boy Records is.
I have no idea either.
Godporeal? Did they call you Godporeal?
Sometimes, yeah. To my embarrassment, but yeah, sure. And so Dread Roberts. Kyle says, "Oh, he actually is the best brother ever. I was lying."
Yeah. We have another brother. I'm way cooler than he is. So, but, like, by comparison, definitely. Oh, that's Diddy's.
Is his name Daryl? Is the other brother Daryl's his name?
No, his name's not Daryl.
Then we got William Richards. What's up, man? And we got CLS. We got CLS Studio. We got DJ Ronnie G. We got my we got my other brother, Salty Traveling Sea, and I think that's it. I think that's it in terms of yeah. That's pretty
Yeah, I
much
will.
it. Cover all my bases.
I will do my best not to sign to Diddy's record label.
Oh,
Honestly,
I
I
heard
don't
about
think I
that.
could.
I
Yeah,
heard about him. I heard
I don't
like
think
he
I could
just
do the parties, man. I don't think I could do it.
so I heard that just got out about him. Like he was doing some bad shenanigans in a hotel, and it was all caught and everything.
Yeah, no, that stuff was crazy. 'Cause I remember when there was a thing going around when his girlfriend was upset at him, and he sent her like an entire like room full of roses. And this girl I was talking to, she was like, "Would you do this?" And now I'm like, "No, definitely not. I can't do anything that Diddy has done."
Oh
You
man,
just can't. You have to stay away. You
that's
gotta tell
crazy.
Diddy no.
No. Oh my gosh, Sean Combs. My gosh. Oh, whatever. He's not. I keep forgetting. He's not the one that I grew up. He's not the one that I grew up watching in the Ninja Turtles one. That guy was white. His name was Vanilla
Mm.
Ice. So yeah, I don't know if
Oh
you're. Have you
man,
ever seen the Ninja Turtles? The old Ninja Turtles movies?
the live action
Yeah,
ones.
live action.
Oh man, I probably have seen one. Vanilla Ice is in that.
Yeah, so they're fighting the Foot, and in the same building as where the bad guy's hideout is, there is a Vanilla Ice concert, and that's where you hear the "Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go Ninja." Yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that guy fell off pretty hard. The poor dude.
Did he? Did he? Yeah.
You can't say Diddy for the rest of the stream.
Oh, that's that's not what I was getting. That's not what I was getting at. Uh, but what was I going to say? Dang, I had a thought and I just lost it.
No, I think he had like a MC Hammer moment.
He got sued he got sued by Queen for
Yeah.
because he used because of his Ice Baby.
Yeah, he
Dun
took
dun dun
pressure.
dun dun dun. Dun. No, it's actually dun 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 dun. Dun. Not. So
It has to be 10% different for you to do it, as far as like I don't really agree with all that stuff. Because at some point we're gonna run out of stuff. I don't know. I think
Do you think so? I don't know. I
yeah.
actually had this conversation with my brother about this, and he says he doesn't think so. So I don't know.
In
Um,
Western music, for sure, with some of the other like nations and their music, it runs off of like completely different scales and
yeah,
stuff. So maybe not, but I don't know. We've been artists have been winning those cases lately. In It's a good
it's
win for
true.
art.
Yeah. So just curious, like what have you what do you I know you and I've had some conversations, but like what do you really like to listen to? What's your go-to genre if you have one for music? I know you said progressive rock was something.
That's something I grew up on for
Yeah.
sure. I think now I try to focus more on like good production and like interesting mixes. I really do love originality. I think it's kind of balanced. Like I just took a drive, and on that drive, I had some indie music. I had some Spanish classical guitar
Oh
and
yeah.
some Japanese jazz, just back and forth there. I guess that's driving though. I really don't think that is the counts for me, because for driving, I just need music that like makes me feel something. You know, like
So nothing, no elevator, no elevator music or like
bossa
that, right?
nova. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't listen to bossa nova really. I've had to work with bossa nova before. Uh, I've been commissioned to
What
make elevator music before.
like I've heard like so is that what basically elevator music is? Bossa nova. I mean, I've heard the word. I keep forgetting like what exactly it
It's like a
entails.
modern, more electrically inclined jazz. It has like a lot of jazz influence, but it takes a lot from like, you got guitars and stuff mixed in with it. Modern jazz now, it's kind of similar to what bossa nova was, but
Hmm.
hmm, yeah, no, I think it's supposed to drone on for a while. I think that's why it was always perfect for elevator music.
So do you one thing that I do, and maybe it's just I don't know why I do it, but like I am a sucker for older pop music or boomer
Mm,
music. I don't know. I like I really like to listen to 70s and 80s stuff. I don't know, maybe it's the nostalgia. I don't know what it is. Maybe I heard these type of chord progressions or these type of melody structures or the beats or the rhythm. I don't know what it is. Or the choice of instruments. 80s stuff. There was a lot of saxophone. There was a lot of saxophone, especially
yeah.
solo. Instead of guitar solos, you heard a lot of saxophone solos. And
Hmm.
for me, I don't know, between that and watching a lot of TV, it just all that stuff adds up to the nostalgia. But like currently, I'm listening to like the same songs over and over again. Like every time I go for a walk Poriel or something, I will listen to the same. I have the same playlist, and sometimes I add stuff, but I usually listen to the same playlist, and it never gets old. I don't know how if it's like that with you, or do you always listen to something different every time?
I mean, I have like a liked playlist. I was never a playlist person until like 2 years ago. I was like an album person. Um, but I guess like when it comes to like the 80s and the 90s pop, they're kind of like the pioneers for analog synths, and synthetic instruments in general. And so like what we've got now with like the branches off into what techno became, and also what a lot of modern pop became. I can definitely get the idea for it. I got like there's a whole retro section in one of the synths that I use.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a lot of stuff that you'd like remember from a lot of those songs. I, yeah, I mean, I go back to it. I go back to things that I used to listen to, but yeah, I try to hear new stuff a lot because I got to know what people are making, and
Yeah,
hear the new ideas of things. Because I feel like now we're in a setting for music where people are just trying to make like their own genre, and so you hear a lot of mixes and uh, big melting pots of different influences, and I love hearing that stuff, unless it sucks or something, but
yeah,
sometimes it's good.
yeah. And for me, like music is really hard for me to critique. Like it's like I can critique like a movie or something based on observation of what's going on and everything. Like music is like I either like it. I think I either like the progression of the melody and the harmonies, the choice of instruments, but I think that's really it. It's really not easy for me to break down music, even though I have music, even though I have a musical background. I just don't know how people do it.
Yeah, I can't break down like chord structures that well. When like I'm kind of just a listener when it comes to that type of thing, like the things that the things that you understand are kind of the things that I don't. And so I can tell when it's not good, I guess, or when it doesn't really hit the ears well. You hear a lot of progressions when you stream stuff like I do that just don't make sense, because a lot of them, a lot of us are just producers trying to make music that didn't really know how it works. Oh.
What's
Yeah,
up,
all
Danny? How you
vibes.
doing?
Um, and so yeah, I guess whenever I hear something, at least if it's in the headphones, then I can understand more like where things are placed, the compression, and everything that goes into it. It's kind of just, if you have the ability to control it and you sit there and turn knobs all day, at some point you're gonna know what they do, and your ears are gonna like you're gonna
Yeah,
get muscle memory for it. And so when you hear it, then you could be like, I could definitely tell you have a limiter on your master channel that's set way too low, and you're cutting out all these frequencies to try to make up for it. Um, so yeah, it's just time and stuff, I guess. Uh,
limiters, frequency. I really need to like do like a I need to do like a tutorial like on because I think I told you what I use, right? I use Audacity
Yeah.
for audio, mainly for me recording myself and all that. So yeah, like I use what do I use for? I use noise gate. Like I
Yeah.
mainly I record myself. There's always some popping. There's sometimes I will hit my desk and it'll pick that up or it'll pick up my breath or something. You know. So I try to use noise gate to kind of mitigate that as much as I can. So there were times where I would be editing a video and I would just literally just completely silence my breath. Like I would just completely like I would do like I would make a segment of it and just cut it. I would just cut it and everything. So
Oh. Yeah, I've done that before. 'Cause sometimes gates don't work the way you want them to because they're real basic and like it's just like a floor. The technical elements of Cardi B's WAP. Uh, that was made in a multi-million-dollar studio, so that's probably technically sound.
yeah,
They know what they're doing over at the labels. They have very expensive equipment. They have microphones more expensive than like multiple months of rent in Hawaii. So,
yeah.
um, yeah,
Uh
yeah. I think, yeah. The gates can be tricky because it's just like a floor, and and it's just what comes above it. And so sometimes, especially because I use gates in my music, and sometimes if it's set wrong, it won't pick up the beginning of a word or it'll cut off the end of a word and you don't get like that human like breath that you take. That people don't realize how much they care about that until they lose it. Um
yeah.
yeah.
I mean after tackling that or after just playing around with that, I have nothing but respect for people who have all that figured out, who have like just getting the audio quality up there, like mad respect. So
Yeah, I wish I had all that figured out. Every time I talk to my buddy with his like audio engineering degree, I feel like I don't know anything. I've been doing this for like 5 or 6 years now, and it's like at the end of the day, you're just constantly learning, like with everything else, and you're always better than you were, though. So that's good.
yeah, so now I just gotta make some. I just need to make some video content now. So um, have you ever? I don't know if have you seen any of my video content?
I have, yeah, I've watched some of your retrospectives and stuff. I've
Oh,
also watched movies with you.
yes. So
Um,
we're gonna talk about that. But I
yeah,
think before we do that, let's talk about like like you and you Kyle, Danny, and sometimes AC. You guys will all be playing games on Discord. So I'm just curious, like what games, like what kind of video games really interest you? I know you were playing. What was that game? That open world that you're currently playing?
Enshrouded.
Enshrouded. Sorry, I keep
Yeah,
forgetting.
yeah.
I have bad
I've
memory.
really been enjoying that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of open world games. I know that we differ slightly on that because like there has to be certain elements sometimes because you can have a big open world and it not be good. Like Outward is a good example. Like I liked Outward, but it's just like a bunch of empty space and like you run into things every now and then. That's not fun. But I do really like immersion and I want to like kind of bury myself into it. And so those kind
So
of games do interest me.
okay. I was gonna ask you about Bethesda. I was gonna ask you about what's funny is after so many years, you can't see it, but I still have. I don't know if you've heard of Morrowind. I'm sure you have. That's the third Elder Scrolls game, the one before
Yes.
Oblivion. I got the Game of the Year edition. It was a gift from my brother
Mm.
back in long time ago, the 2004. Got the Game of the Year. It came with the DLC that came out with. I didn't even know what DLC was at the time. Yeah, even though I was in college, I had no idea what that stuff was. So yeah, I was a sweet summer child then. I still have the map. The map is somehow I use Scotch tape. The map is still somehow has never fallen from my wall.
Oh wow.
Yes. So yeah, so I mean Morrowind was the first game, open world game I think I've ever played that just it was just like an open-ended game. Like it didn't really, you beat the main quest, but you could still play the game. That blew my mind back then.
Yeah.
I had no idea that games like that existed. One of my friends told me about that. And you could go and kill NPCs. You could commit mass genocide if
Yeah,
you wanted to.
Morrowind is quite a game. It's quite different from a lot of their other games, specifically the ones ahead of it, because I'm actually not too versed on things before Morrowind, but I've played Morrowind. I couldn't really get into it because I had already played like Skyrim. When you play Morrowind, it's got a lot more like D&D type elements to it. Like your weapon
True.
can break while you're using it. It can. You have rolls basically. Whenever you hit somebody, it's based on like a roll of if you hit them or if you miss them, things like that. I
What do you
also
mean? What do
really
you mean a
hated
roll?
walking,
What do you mean a roll?
like a dice, like you're rolling a die. Like that's how their mechanic system works. Like underlying on whether or not like you hit or miss, things like that. Like it's not just RNG.
Mm.
Well, I guess that is RNG. Um, I think that's just like a tiny little thing though. But I think the thing that a lot of people liked about Morrowind was the fact that quests had more independent lead on it compared to like Skyrim. If you get a quest, you just have a marker to go to and you're just
Yeah.
headed straight there. Morrowind, you have to understand what you're doing when you do it. Yeah. Like to talk about there.
It didn't hold your hand. So yeah, I remember. So
That's
yeah, you
something
had
people
to
like
look at,
about it.
like there would be like, you'd be on a path and there would be like, okay, the town is this way, or the cave or something is that way. And you had to keep your eyes peeled. That was the one thing about Morrowind. You had to keep your eyes peeled because maybe there's a door in the mountain or something. Maybe there's something around the corner that you could discover. I mean, kind of. I mean, it's still like that with Oblivion and Skyrim. But
Yeah.
like you said with the fast travel or the mile or the markers and all that kind of kill
Yeah.
that.
Mounts too.
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
mounts and stuff in Skyrim, and that's something I like about games. I don't hate having to walk everywhere. Like that's okay, but Morrowind had a lot of things. Yes,
More
the cities would lead you places.
Morrowind, and the one thing they got rid of that I wish they didn't for Morrowind, they had levitation. You could walk in the air.
You could go super overpowered in Morrowind. That is something I
Yeah,
liked about
I've
it too.
killed the gods. I've killed all the gods.
Yeah.
And literally the game will tell you, okay, you just effed up this world now. May God have mercy on your soul or something like that.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I killed Vivek. Vivek was the god in the big city. So Vivek is the big major city in Morrowind. And he really is not part of the story. He's just kind of there and everything. So, but when you attack him, you better be leveled up
Yeah,
because he'll destroy you.
I can't remember the thing it would tell you when you would do that. It would be something about going back or like continuing in the doomed world that you've created.
Yeah. So yeah, you played Skyrim. Have you played Oblivion at all?
I have. Yeah, well, I never ran through it completely. Uh I've had the chance to later on in my life, but whenever I was first getting to know it, it was kind of like the unplugged controller era of my childhood with my brothers and stuff. So I kind of just watch Kyle like make a Chuck Norris character or something. But I did like Oblivion. It was a good game. That's why it was kind of such a big thing when they made it in the Skyrim engine. They did that with Morrowind too. Uh,
You bring up Chuck Norris. Did you know that Chuck Norris once walked into a chemistry lab and tore down the periodic table off the wall? You know why? Because he only believes in one element, the element of surprise.
Yeah, he's got a bear carpet in his living room. It's actually alive. It's just too scared to move.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Did you know that one time he was shooting a movie in Chicago, the movie Code of Silence, and he was fighting on top of the L the L train, and the L train was elevated and it was going across the Chicago River. Well, there's a point where him and the bad guy fall into the river, and the bad guy dies. But the thing was, when Chuck Norris fell into the river, he did not get wet. The Chicago River got Chuck Norris, and the river's never been the same.
Okay. Yeah. The guy's tough, man. And he does push-ups. He actually pushes the earth downward.
He pushes the earth downward. And what's behind his beard? Another fist. Yeah, that was the thing when I was in college. That everybody was doing Chuck Norris jokes when I was in college. So that was. Yeah, so yeah, those actually were a lot of fun. Even he got into it. He has his own website, Chuck Norris approved Chuck Norris jokes. So
it was such a huge thing on character creation type games for people to make Chuck Norris. It was a large. It was what would be known now as a meme back then. And Kyle was very good at that. Very good at the character creation stuff. I still suck at it. Like, I try so hard. I tried to make myself in Starfield because, despite the game kind of not being all that good, the character creation engine is really good. I could not make myself. I ended up making my dad or something. I really love the character creation stuff. It's one thing I don't like that much about Enshrouded is there's really no character creation in it. You have to pick between like a few different models. It is in early access, to be fair. But
is there a story in Enshrouded?
There is, yeah. It's the world itself is built around it, which is nice. It's kind of like the shroud is kind of like a fungus. What up? Well, that's a long name.
It's from the Silmarillion. I think it's from the Silmarillion. So it's Tolkien.
I have not read the Silmarillion. So
neither have I. I hear it's a good read though.
Yeah, I feel like that's more of a study book.
It's about the history. It's like almost like reading the Bible in a way. It's about the genesis of Middle Earth and some of the most profound stories from like the first age. I think, I don't know, I forget.
People were begging for more. When you write a trilogy and it gets so big, people want to know more about the world.
Yeah. I mean, they're making. You heard they're making a Gollum trilogy. Did you know that?
Like a book trilogy, or are you talking about a movie?
A movie trilogy. So they got Andy Serkis, who played Gollum in Lord of the Rings films. He's going to be directing. He's going to be directing some movies featuring his character Gollum, starring his character Gollum. So they're obviously going to be a prequel to probably the Lord of the Rings, but probably set after The Hobbit, I think.
Well, there is more on him, I believe, isn't there? In some of the more informational stuff that Tolkien had written. I think I had heard about that because the edition I had when because I listened to the Andy Serkis audiobooks of the trilogy.
Oh, they are amazing. They're excellent.
He's so good. I love him.
Yes.
There's a really long prologue, like all about how there's so much more written and like there's a lot more backstory to everything because he talks about the addition that he has. Also, he's like saying this is not about the war or anything like that. He's like trying to refute all these claims about his like political motives or whatever. I don't know. I was just trying to listen to the book. I've never listened to a prologue that long, but it was important. That was a big thing for them. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like there's a lot of stuff that Tolkien left behind that that fans have been studying, going over, and especially with like, I mean, I don't know if you've watched the Rings of Power, Sean, how you feel about it. I know. How do you feel? I'm curious. Have you watched it at all?
I tried 4 times and I kept falling asleep. And I really, really love Lord of the Rings, and I was excited for that, and I'm sure it looks like good or whatever, but maybe I was biased already when I tried to watch it, and I couldn't really watch it with an open mind because I knew it was apparently bad. So
I mean, just looking at the costumes, and the performances by themselves they're a big step down. So honestly, like at this point, I'm just like they spent a lot of money. Like they spent like the show looks cheaper than House of the Dragon. I don't know if you've seen Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, or anything like that.
I have not. I do know that's apparently good though. I know it has Matt Smith in it,
Yes,
which
yes.
I'm a big fan of Matt Smith.
Matt Smith probably plays the best character in that show, Prince
Okay.
Aemond Targaryen or something. I think it's Aemond. Yeah.
I've got a question here. If I've played, what is that? Dos Ex? Or is it
Deus Ex. Deus Ex.
Deus?
Yeah.
Deus. Okay. No, I've not played that.
It's a
What
I
is
believe
that?
it's a cyberpunk. It's a game that is part of the cyberpunk genre. So
Okay.
very like dystopian future, cyberpunk. So there's like probably there's AI rampant. I don't know if you're familiar with Ghost in the Shell. There's I think people have like people have like implants or something. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Like Neuralink type stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and favorite video game music. I'm not sure actually. If I'm thinking about video game music that like makes me feel something, I mean, the Skyrim music was crazy to me growing up. I knew all the words to that, and I was in choir, and me and the guys would always sing some of the
What like
songs
the
from that.
dragon? What like the Dragonborn?
Dovahkiin,
Yeah.
yeah, uh, but I don't know. The last video game I can think of that the music actually surprised me was Grounded, which is
Rounded.
like it's like a Honey I Shrunk the Kids, but you're like the kids, and it's like
Yeah.
a survival sandbox type thing, and you have to fight like spiders and bugs and stuff like that. Detroit Become Human does have great music in it too. I think Grounded was such crazy music though. It's a lot of analog synths and like the the game will scare the shit out of you. Like if you're an arachnophobe, like the spiders in that game can scare the shit out of you. They have like arachnophobe like settings.
Hmm.
Um, but no, the music itself will scare the hell out of you if you're just like walking around trying to chop down grass to like build a house. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I didn't know the name of the guy. So
Yeah, Jeremy Soule did all the well. I know he did Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, but he also did KOTOR, Knights of the Republic, Star Wars, Knights of the Republic 1, I believe
mm,
2 as well. So, so he's done some good stuff. So
yeah, I always felt like I loved the Skyrim music. Music wasn't a big thing to me when I was playing a lot of games, though. I think because I had a break from video games for a while. I
the
think League
music
of
was
Legends did that to me.
yeah for me. The game music is probably the biggest nostalgia factor for me. Like if I want some comfort in like from playing an old game that I grew up with, instead of playing the game itself, I will listen to the soundtrack. So like I
Mm,
go back to some of the Zelda tracks, some of the Donkey Kong Country tracks.
yeah.
Um, and there's another composer, Koji Kondo, who did a very famous video game theme. Dun 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 dun
Oh,
dun
yeah.
dun dun.
Okay.
Super Mario, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't that don't you like it? Super Mario, Super Mario.
Super Mario, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've played Super Mario. I think I don't know. I think I look for different things in games now since I got so sick of games for a while. Because I was really into competitive games in like my later teenage years, and then that kind of led me around to League of Legends, which I spent years playing and never got good at. And I kind of just put games down for a while, and just that's kind of when I got into music, like head on. Uh, and League of Legends actually has great music. I think I should point out. I feel like the game is just an excuse for them to make the music by this point. If you really listen to the stuff they make, it's actually crazy. They have their own orchestra that they use for that stuff.
Interesting.
Um,
Oh, so so I was thinking have a little commercial break. I was thinking, let's you guys want to check out. I've been showing this for a while. This is a clip of my Planet of the Apes retrospective. So if you haven't seen that, this is a nice little montage right here. So check that out, and we'll be right back.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, that was the one that I had on. I wanted to show my alien one, but I'm actually cutting that right now. So the alien one will freak you out. So
Oh,
because
will it?
that you ever see the original trailer for Alien?
Oh, not the trailer. No, I have seen the movie.
You have seen. So what's funny is, so I've seen the movie as a kid. I saw the movie. Movie traumatized me. Like I was supposed to go to choir. I went to Lutheran school. I was supposed to go to choir that night. And after school, I decided, I'm going to finish watching Alien on VHS. And I saw and I was like, what is this? What is this? And I couldn't get it out of my head. And I couldn't, like, when I got to the church to sing, I couldn't sing, and I got in trouble. I got in trouble, and I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. So,
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't
so
think I ever had that problem. I did love that movie though. I remember because I had watched that later on in my life. I think it had to only have been like 8 years ago. I think that I had finally like watched that on my own and actually paid attention to it. Um, and I read up on like people who had watched it in theaters and stuff, and and like the cult following it had, and I knew about it growing up because my mom was a really big Geiger fan, um, and so she had like his art book, like it was like a living room piece.
it's like full of elongated phallic
Oh yeah, the guy was
symbology.
great. She loved that. So she's got like a Geiger, like creepy one on her thigh, or not her thigh, her calf. Um, yeah, no, so that's all like airbrush stuff too, which is crazy. He was really into airbrushing and stuff like that. I don't know if it was all airbrush. Obviously the sketches probably weren't, but no, so I knew about the art growing up, but I had never like seen the original film.
Yeah.
But so much went into that franchise. And I know they keep like trying to remake it. So like
Yeah,
I wish
I
I
think
wish
they
they just
kind of
continued.
I think they kind of, I mean, I think a lot of their ideas they kind of spent it. So I don't know. Did you see so they're making another Alien film. It's called Alien Romulus,
Mm.
and it looks like, and everyone's like, oh, it's going to be going back to its roots as a horror and everything. I mean, Alien 3 already did that because everybody, you've seen the second Alien movie, Aliens. That was
No.
obviously more of an action thriller than a horror.
Yeah, they turned it into that, especially when like Predator became involved. Kind of felt like Freddy versus Jason by that
The
point.
Predator was Alien versus Predator was I don't know what the
Mess.
hell they were thinking. I
But
mean,
this stuff had a cult following, so like you can't fail.
yeah, I remember like there were toys when I was growing up. There were toys for Alien versus Predator. So by the time I was an adult and I see this stuff, I was just like, I'm like, what the heck is this? And I watched it. And they didn't make one, they made two of them. So they did the Alien series that ended with, well, was supposed to end with Alien 3, but then they make Alien 4, Alien Resurrection, and they bring back the main character. And then after that, I was like, are they going to make another one? And then instead of making an Alien 5, they made the Alien versus Predator stuff. So that was a few years lost. And then we didn't really get anything until Ridley Scott himself came back and made Prometheus, and decided to expand on the lore of the Alien universe by making a movie about the engineers, or the space jockey, the dude that was found, big alien dude that had its chest busted outward and all that. So, by the way, I have it up. You guys up for another quick trailer?
Yeah, I'll watch it. Let's do it.
All right. So here you go. And yeah, by the way, viewer discretion is advised. That's how my video opens.
Okay. Yeah, I think so that's the trailer for the movie.
That's actually so the audio is from the trailer for the movie. I recut it. So I decided to cut it, but I kept with what the original trailer did. So the original trailer is obviously the superior cut, obviously. But one thing that the original trailer did, I kept to it, and that's they never show the alien. They showed, like, the face hugger, but they don't show the actual alien. Back then, that was kept one of the biggest secrets in film. Wow. So like even the original novel, the tie-in novel written by Alan Dean Foster, he was not given any information about the description of the alien. That's how. So all the stuff that Giger worked on was like locked up, throw away the key type of deal. There's no way you're going to get to it. And so, like, I can only imagine having to keep that level of secret. So,
yeah, okay. I didn't know anything about that. Yeah, that's crazy. I would have loved to be in that era, because I was already like my mom's like favorite artist, and so she was probably super excited about that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably why she bought the book, I guess.
Yeah, he was only involved in the first film. I don't think he was involved in anything else after that. Like Aliens, like James Cameron didn't even include him. Like they went ahead and did their own design based off of what he did and everything. So
yeah, I guess I don't really need him after that. He already did the anatomy, and like there was a bunch of like maybes that he put in there. Like they were talking about the transparent skull, but it was looking to be too difficult for the film, and like yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that book, though. There's stuff that doesn't even have anything to do with Alien, but it's all in the style of that, with like super creepy stuff.
I have I cut parts of the documentary for that video. I still have not watched all of it. The document, HR Giger's little documentary. So everything.
Yeah.
So that I actually, after based on this conversation, I think I need to brush up on my Giger exactly what like how he did everything and all that. But he didn't just do the alien, like he did like that entire tunnel, that ship, that derelict ship, and all that, like the sliminess of it. I don't know how he.
The dude's amazing.
Yeah,
He's got his own museum in Florida. I think yeah, it's Florida. He's got his own museum. And there's some incredible art that he does. There's one where it looks like it's a naked lady looking out a window.
yeah.
But if you back up really far, it's a pixelated image of Abraham Lincoln.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
It's
It's
super
so
insane.
it's so weird how people put stuff like that together. Like you see one thing, but it's actually another thing.
Yeah. No, the guy was really good, very creative individual. So yeah, I think they wouldn't really need him after he already did the design and stuff, uh, and the ambiance and like the whole mood of the whole thing. But yeah, I only actually watched the first one. I think I'm
You didn't
real
see
afraid of cash grabs. I'm real afraid of cash grabs, even for cult classics.
even you haven't even seen Aliens, the second one.
I might have watched it with my dad or something, but I was pretty young.
Yeah, that was the one where like you have the alien queen, and there's the little girl, and she says,
Oh, is
"Get
that where
away."
she
She's
says, "Get
like,
away from
"Get
her,
away from
bitch"?
her, you bitch." Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the one.
yeah. I've seen that one. Okay.
Okay. Some people, I mean, I still hear quite a bit of, there's still a big debate between, because the first two are considered like good, and everything else is considered, subpar and all that. So I'm actually on the, even though I think Ripley had the better character arc in Aliens, I still prefer the first Alien. Like the first
Okay.
Alien just had the atmosphere, the just the creepiness. I mean, even though it was a slasher in space, it was a good slasher in space, because you didn't know what this alien was capable of. It wasn't just
Yeah.
a dude. It wasn't just a dude in a mask and a knife. Even though I loved the original Halloween, um, but Alien just evolves into like it's not only a horror, it's also a disaster film, because like because they set the self-destruct, they don't know what to do, so they can't fight the thing, so they go and she sets the self-destruct, she's by herself, and she has to get the hell off the ship, and there's a countdown to self-destruction and all that. I mean, the Metroid, my favorite series, the Metroid series on Nintendo, basically borrowed like almost everything from Alien, from like the countdown to self-destruction to like they named their terrifying pterodactyl boss Ridley, after Ridley Scott. I'm wondering who's more scary, the pterodactyl or the director himself. Probably the director himself. I mean, this is the 70s,
Yeah, yeah.
toxic Hollywood and everything. So
Showbiz.
showbiz, yeah. So
I really wish I was in there so I could just see something really, really fucked up happen. Just horrible things and just be like, showbiz.
what's up, Roman? I thought you do your show on Thursdays. Roman is my competition. He's the enemy.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
yeah, he's covered Aliens too. He's a big fan too. So yeah, thanks for being here, man. It's good to see you.
I think sci-fi horror itself, or I don't want to mix it up with cosmic horror, right? Because cosmic horror is such a different genre. But like, you don't see that in film much.
I actually in my video I actually talk about it. It kind of is a cosmic horror in a way.
In a
You're
way,
out
yeah.
there in space, and space is totally indifferent to you, and there's just I mean, if I want to go in the nihilistic route, and we're going to get to here,
Yeah, we'll get into nihilism for
we're
sure.
going to get into everything, everywhere, all at once pretty soon. But the void out there is probably, it's fun and terrifying to think of it. The void, there's a void out there, and it's probably filled with all these unseen horrors and everything. And that alien is just one small, tiny little pea in this big pod of
Yeah, I guess
space.
I
Space,
guess
no one can hear you scream.
as horror concepts go, like I guess the aliens themselves, they could kind of fit into cosmic horror, but the concept you're talking about now definitely does with like because that's technically beyond our comprehension, this whole
Yeah.
like vastness, right? I don't know if you've seen Annihilation,
I
which
have
is kind of
not.
an attempt at
Yeah.
cosmic horror, and you could see that in the movie why it's like why they don't make that very often, because it's so abstract to try to visualize something like that, because you have so much time to explain a concept like that in a book, but when you get down to trying to film it, um you should definitely see that movie. It's a decent it's like considered one of the better representations of it, like in modern film.
Yeah.
Which I haven't read much cosmic horror, only like short stories. But
Yeah, cosmic horror. Everything. When you think of cosmic horror, everybody thinks of what's his name, H.P. Lovecraft. So,
yeah,
like, Cthulhu and all the like the cults and everything, evil. All that stuff. I have to read some Lovecraft myself, but like they're like just like just monsters that are just out there that just can
yeah,
do
that we're
wild
not
things
even
to the
capable of comprehending.
exactly. So but yeah, like just yeah, alien. Yeah, I love the alien stuff, and yeah, it broaches on nihilism almost to a degree. So speaking of nihilism, let's get into let's talk about everything everywhere all at once. So we watched it together, and me being one of the worst movie viewers currently right now, I kind of fell asleep because I was tired. So if it makes you feel any better, I fell asleep because I was doing I was doing summer school back in 2008, summer of 2008. I fell asleep during The Dark Knight. I saw a midnight showing of The Dark Knight. I fell
Mm.
asleep during it. So
It
yeah.
was late for you when we watched it, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, thanks.
I understood. You said you would watch it again, so
Yeah, and I watched it again, and I didn't realize like how funny it is and how like emotional it is. So I'm now seeing why you felt the way you did about that movie and why you recommended it to me. So I'm gonna put up a few images, well maybe not images, but like stills of the movie since I actually oh crap have the movie downloads. Here we go. I'll share my screen right here. Give me 1 second. Not invite, present. Share screen. Not that. Here we go. So I didn't know this movie existed until you told me about it. So here is Michelle Yeoh. If you don't know Michelle Yeoh, she's in Star Trek Discovery, Captain Georgiou, both evil and a mirror and a Terran and Federation version. So she's the star here. She is going through what's going on with her, Kelly.
well, she is being audited by the IRS for her very failed attempt at reporting her taxes correctly at her laundromat that also pairs as her home. Um, and that's pretty much the whole beginning of the movie is trying to get you into the feel of understanding the stress that the whole situation's putting on her. Um, and then Jamie Lee Curtis is the IRS agent, which she plays a very good IRS agent, because I don't really know anybody in America that likes the IRS, like enjoys them and interacting with them, and so she
No, I mean, like a lot of people, a lot of people I know say taxation is theft.
yeah, even the people that don't think that hate dealing with the IRS.
Yeah, because there's
Um,
always that. Because there's like, oh, they. I mean, this goes back to even biblical times. The tax collector, was
mhm.
like the most hated person there. So you didn't tell people you did that for a living. If you did, you were likely going to get a rock or a stone thrown at you.
Yeah, she plays a very good, really not easy to deal with, just insufferable uh, person. She's got a wrist brace on and everything, so you could tell she does this for a long time.
One thing I noticed was just like they go out of their way to make her like gross, like this, like she's drinking like this shake and all that, and then she's eating these cookies, and then I like how in this movie, and I didn't realize this at the first watch, but the cookie actually is a thing in this movie too. Cookie could be kung fu, or isn't that
Yeah,
what was said?
even this cookie could be kung fu during the martial arts universe that
I
she's
want
in.
I want to see if I can find the cookie. This is gonna be a tough one. Ah, there it is.
This is yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know if you're gonna be able to click on the actual scene. It's quite short.
Yeah, you're right.
Um, no, but they really do make a very like it is nihilist in itself, but it really reminds you of like Rick and Morty as to how like over the top and random it is, but like they start to get you to accept the idea that like these things could be normal somewhere.
Yeah. So the multiverse, so the main story in this movie, spoilers. So apparently in another universe, the Alpha universe, um what's the name of the daughter? Joy.
Yeah.
So they're Michelle Yeoh is married to Short Round. So Short Round is in this movie. Short Round from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Dr. Jones, no time for love. We got company. You know, that Short Round. He's obviously an adult here, and I had no idea he was he does stunt coordination. So like he's moving like freaking Jackie Chan in some scenes. For a second, I thought when he first showed like the thumbnail for this, I thought Jackie Chan was in it. Her and Jackie Chan were teaming up again for this.
He does kind of look kind of similar actually. Like in his cheekbones and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. It's just
A little
he
younger.
moves. He kind of moves like him too. Like that same type of martial arts. So, which is always awesome to watch. Like this, like the way, like the just like the low kicks and just like the one-on-one fights with especially with Jackie Chan are some of the best. So,
Yeah.
we got some of that. We didn't really get any of that. This felt more like Short Round. I'm gonna just call him Short Round for the whole stream. Was basically fighting kind of like Bruce Lee, fighting like multiple people with his bag and everything. So
Yeah. It was very like classic like Western kung fu movie type
yeah,
style. Which I love that they did that.
I'm trying to see. And this right here makes me think of the Matrix, where they're on the ship and
Yeah.
everybody's plugged in and everything.
Yeah, it's super like low budget, like nobody knows anything about coding, like type screens and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I just like how she keeps jumping from reality to reality. So like she's in the IRS office being stalked by evil Alpha Jamie Lee Curtis. So Alpha is like another reality, I think, the Alpha reality or something. Is
Yeah, I
that what
don't think this is the Alphaverse they're in right now. This is like a this is a like a dump universe, or it's what they have it on the side. It's like it's already been taken, but they're just
Yeah.
using it as a way to communicate.
So is this like
Um,
a? So I forget. This is the same Jamie Lee. This is the same auditor, but just possessed or something by another version or by
you know, you're
another.
right. Actually, I believe this is the regular universe they're in right now.
Because
The
she's
original one.
like, because later on she's like, "What the hell? Why did you staple this to my head?" She's like, "I didn't do it. You did it."
Yeah, that's the normal universe. Right whenever Joy or Jobu Tubaki comes in, and she's got the thing on her head because she can turn people kind of into like a sort of cult like mindset towards her means.
So, so right here, she is just like she's got so much going on in her head. I think part one is called Everything. So you have everything, and then everywhere, and then all part three all at once. So like this movie just like completely is just like so freaking out there. Like
Hmm.
there's literally a point where the movie halfway point just it says the end and you're like what the hell. I'm trying to remember if it's here.
Yeah, it's right around there. Yeah,
Yeah, right here. So she's dead. And then it cuts to the end right here, and then you see them in another reality watching the movie. So what we were watching in the movie, they were watching a movie in the movie. So that isn't meta. I don't know what the hell is. So
Yeah, because they're in the martial arts universe then, and she had now that she's like connected to everything, her consciousness doesn't really like die anywhere,
yeah,
and so she just kind of connects to the one there.
and I didn't even notice when I first watched this, but you see her character's name, not the not the actual, not the actual the name of the cast, but like the character's name. You're like, okay, the movie's still going on and everything.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
and then they introduced late in the movie, they introduced this Ratatouille knockoff
yeah.
raccoon. How did it
Ratatouille,
go?
Ratatouille.
Raccacoonie. So instead of a guy having a little rat on his head, he's got a raccoon on his head teaching him. He's like this raccoon taught me how to hard boil eggs and how to put butter in the pan and all that or something. So like, yeah, like raccoon's like, okay, we got to take her out, we got to kill her because she knows our secret because he's covering him up with the hat and all that.
Yeah, what
So
I think is so silly about the way they do that universe is she tries to help him get the raccoon back when that raccoon was like definitely unhinged and ready to kill anyone who stood in their way.
yeah, and like he's carrying her like he's carrying her on his shoulder while running and trying to or I forget
She's
how it
carrying
goes.
him on her shoulder.
Oh
At first she's on his shoulders trying to like work his hair like the raccoon did.
yeah,
And then later she carries him on her shoulders.
and let's talk about this.
The Rock universe. Yeah, yeah, where they're just
They're so Michelle Yeoh is this rock right here. So we get a very silent scene. Maybe we get some wind or something. But we get the so she's a rock, she's a mineral, and this is Joy. So they're basically, how like they say like a mineral can be is a mineral is happy to exist, and everything. It's kind of, I think that's kind of where they were going with this. I don't know. What do you think?
I think oh gosh. I feel like it just feeds into their randomness thing because at one point they're pinatas or like people on paper like fighting and they're made of like marker like writing and stuff like that. And I think it really feeds into the randomness of it, but that's like sort of a moment of peace for them because they're actually not capable of fighting there.
Yeah.
Um, but and that gets used to like a totally different advantage later for Michelle Yeoh's character when
Hmm.
she finally figures out the whole nihilism thing that's been fed to her throughout it.
Yeah. So apparently, the nihilism, it basically takes the form of let me see if I can find it. Where's the bagel? Yeah, I never thought I'd ever watch a movie where a bagel would be the symbol for nihilism. Here's some symbolic
Yeah,
foreshadowing right there. Where's the bagel? Where is the bagel?
it's after that or after the hair. It's pretty close to where that
Oh,
was.
okay, this is the bagel. Bagel's basically like a black hole.
Yeah, yeah, it's the symbol of her. It's she's put everything that she was into this one thing to create something that will kill her finally and end her suffering.
Yeah, so Joy right here, basically so the Alpha universe, they have the ability to branch off or enter other universes, and they made her, or she was forced to experience everything or something, and
Yeah, so
that's kind of what led to um her feeling the way she did, because nothing really based on everything that happened in these other universes, nothing really matters. Nothing, she feels that nothing truly matters. And then the whole point of this movie is to kind of save her from that, because
yeah,
she doesn't want to kill anybody. She just wants to off herself, and she wants to bring her mother with her.
yeah, she wants
Misery
somebody
loves
to
company. So
yeah, she wants somebody to feel the same way as her And after the Alpha Universe's version of Michelle Yeoh had like pushed her too far, just as Michelle Yeoh does to herself later,
Yeah.
to bring herself to her daughter's level, to prove to her that it's not the truth that she's thinking, it's driven by her emotional instability, and that the lengths she goes to show her that like she will do anything for her. um and I think that that's, and there's a lot of like generational trauma type themes into it. Yeah, they got the googly eyes on
So
everything.
yeah, so the googly eyes was like the antithesis to the bagel,
Yeah.
basically. So the bagel represents nihilism, nothing really mattering, and the googly eyes just represents seeing like the other side of the coin, the other side of
Yeah,
the
optimism and understanding.
optimism,
Yeah.
seeing things half full instead of half empty. Maybe even being kind, which is basically what short round here, or Waymond, I think his name's Waymond.
Wayman,
Waymond,
yeah.
not Raymond. Waymond
Yeah, yeah.
says throughout the movie, just like, this is how I fight. I don't fight by negativity. I fight by, believe it or not, positivity, by being just simply being kind. And so the entire final fight, trying to get to her daughter right here, um, it's like all these things she's like fighting, and she's just like, when she hits them, something happy happens, like people get married, or there was one that your brother didn't approve of, and I watched, and I'm like, you know what, I don't quite approve of this either, this part. So this
Yeah.
guy is fighting her, and she does this S&M stuff right here, and I'm just like, I don't think this is a positive thing, but whatever.
I think it,
What?
deviance or whatever, but I
Yeah.
think it's supposed to. She's showing the people that like, regardless of whether they think none of this matters, there's a universe in which their life is good, or their universe in which they are happy with their circumstances, and there are things that make them happy. And I think that Waymond is really like the driving force for what saves everyone in this movie, because he like that Joy makes her like not care about him, but then he shows her that like all of this positivity, he's been holding their family up with it and keeping them going. When they ended up poor, just running a laundromat, he found a way to make his life fun and to make their life seem positive. And she comes around to that, and she realizes um, that how much he's been doing for them, and he pretty much saves the day. Like,
Yeah.
she's got the capability to save the day, but she had to have his viewpoint to be able to actually do it.
And it's I mean, even like I think his story is just as important. His relationship with Michelle Yeoh is, I thought that was very important. Like, we find out that they eloped and all that, and at the beginning of this movie, there's all these problems going on with, like you said, with the IRS, but at the same time, he's not happy with the marriage, because no matter what he does, like, there's always something that comes up with her, and they barely have a relationship. So he has divorce papers like on hand, and it's just it's I mean, I felt for him. And then there's a point in the movie where I think the so the whole martial arts thing, I think that happens as a result of her not going with him. And then she keeps saying how happy she was that she didn't go with him, and because she was so, like, her mind was still in that universe. And so Alpha Waymond is just like, dude, like, hey, you gotta get out, you're gonna be stuck there, or something like that. So but when she says it to her actual husband, the real Waymond, or, well, this universe's Waymond, excuse me, seeing his acting, I thought he did a stellar job with
Yeah.
just with emotional facial acting and all that. I felt terrible. I was like, dude, I'm like, Michelle, you don't say this to a man. You don't tell your husband that you experience a life without him and you were happy with it. That's one of the worst things you could tell a person.
Yeah, I think that one of the big themes around that is she doesn't realize until later that because she does see that he actually was successful as well when they weren't together, but they were lonely and they didn't have anyone, and they were so excited to see each other. And she looks around, and like her martial arts instructor that she was so close to is like barely in the picture. Like she's there just to kind of like show her a little bit of support, and she's alone. She doesn't have a new husband, or she doesn't have a child or anything like that. She's alone, but she feels like success is the answer until the other side of the nihilism starts to make sense. And she realizes that if nothing matters, then her success doesn't matter. What matters is her daughter. That's the thing she cares about the most throughout the whole thing.
Yes.
And her daughter wouldn't have existed in that universe, and
Mm-hmm. And
that
I
didn't
don't know
matter
if he
to her
says it.
anymore.
I don't know if he says it right here, but he's just like, I would rather. I think I would rather be poor and live in a laundromat
Yeah, he says
and be
in another
happy.
life, I would have loved to just do laundry and taxes with you.
Yeah.
Um,
So that and that just really, yeah, I really that was something that just I was like, oh man, bro, this is now I know why Kelly likes this.
yeah, I think the reason I had recommended it to you for the most part was due to like the originality and the concept. Like obviously a multiversal thing isn't really originality, but rather than turning it into this crazy like stellar war, it's just a relationship between a mother and daughter, and it's just a trippy adventure.
Oh
All in
my
all,
gosh,
that
trippy
only
is not even.
requires a couple people, and so you really only have to be invested in a few of the characters, and especially just the mother and daughter and the father. um, and yeah, Short Round, I really love his character in the movie and how much he actually does. Nobody's really useless here,
No,
except the
like
grandpa.
I was gonna ask, like I like how they reused a lot of the actors for all these different realities. Like they didn't just like take an actor, have him in a couple of scenes, and then just get rid of him. Like they used they brought back a lot of the same people for like the fights, especially at the end of the movie. And
Yeah.
it was just nice seeing that like this ball this dude right here
Oh
and
gosh, when he jumps onto the trophy,
yeah.
that's another funny thing is they're inside of like what we would think is like the normal universe,
Yeah.
and the IRS trophies are like this phallic object. Like,
Yeah, they're Jamie Lee Curtis's trophy. So the thing
yeah,
is, so the rules of this universe, in order to make a jump to another reality or to build skills, you have to do something that you would never do. So, for instance, like the first thing that they have Michelle Yeoh do is switch shoes. So she's wearing her left shoe on her right foot, and vice versa. And then it gets weirder. The more stuff that they do, it just gets weirder and weirder. So like I think she like burns her eye or something at one point, and they
oh
do
yeah,
all these absurd things to each other in order for it to work. And like this doesn't make sense. He's like, it's not supposed to make. He's like, it's not supposed to make any sense. That's the point.
yeah,
So
it's like a random event that kind of connects you with that other universe, and you can like slingshot your way there. They didn't work too hard on the science here. I think the point was to have a concept from what I could see, the point was to have a concept that you can understand enough to where the rest of the movie just can just kind of make sense while it's happening.
yeah, and apparently, I don't. I'm not going to show it, but she basically bashed a dude's face in with a dildo.
Yeah,
Couple of
yeah, she
actually,
killed him.
she killed him with a dildo. So
Killed him
that's
dead. Yeah.
yes. So that's what she's holding right here. So it's yeah. This is definitely not for kids. This is definitely not a movie for kids. So
No, no, it's not a kids movie. Nothing about it. Um,
and by the way, look who else is in the movie. Plays her father, Lopan himself, James Hong. I don't know if
oh,
you've
he's
seen. Have you
great.
seen Big Trouble? Have you seen Big Trouble in Little China?
Oh, maybe with my dad, probably at some point.
That's the one with Kurt Russell and like yeah he basically throws the knife and it kills his character. Lopan gets the knife in the head. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's him. So I got a question for you. What the hell was with this at the end of the movie? Why was he wearing? What was the hell was he wearing? I'm trying to see if I could find it. He's like wearing like computer monitors or
Oh
something.
yeah, his
What the?
wheelchair turned into like a mech suit,
Yeah, I'm like, what? Like what?
and
What?
it's made of like stupid technology. That's like the whole thing with the Alpha universe is it looks like it's a bunch of like old technology, but they had figured out a way to like do this incredible stuff with it. And so it's all like retro stuff. It makes me think of which this probably isn't a good example, but oh man, I wish I could remember the name of it. That YouTube movie with the time travel. Um, oh oh man, Kung Fury. I don't know
I've
if
never
you've
seen.
seen
I have not seen Kung Fury. No.
Kung Fury is a masterpiece, and I mean that in a joking way, but at the same time, not. It uses like a lot of retro type looking stuff. And yeah, that's what they do here. You know, they don't have to work too hard, and I think it really plays into the charm of the movie. And the budget is so low, you know, and we've seen more expensive movies that just turn out to be shit. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
you can make stuff like this with just a good director. Oh, Kung Fury is the shit. Okay, that movie is so funny.
I'll have to check that. I'll have to check that one out. So
Yeah, it's like a 30-minute film. You can watch it on YouTube.
is it only
Um,
30 minutes? I thought it was
it's
like a full.
it's like 30 or 40 minutes. It's pretty short.
Okay.
The guy who directed it, it's like the only movie he's ever directed, and he's the main character.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a time traveling movie where like they have to go back in time to kill Hitler because Hitler traveled forward through time through a phone and like shot bullets through a phone and attacked a police station.
oh no. Oh my gosh, that sounds
It's
terrible.
such a stupid concept, but the movie's actually well rated because it's just like it's super goofy and like original. And there's supposed to be a sequel, but I don't know if they're ever gonna make it. I don't even know if they could.
I was reading an article. Apparently, they're going to make a sequel to this, to Here, There, and Here, There, or Everywhere, Everything, Everything,
Everything Everywhere
Everywhere,
All at Once.
and All at Once.
It's
Do
a
you
long title.
do you think they're going to make a sequel?
I think they could make a sequel with different characters. I mean, if there was like, that would be a cash grab probably, but um, I would say maybe if they introduced another villain or something. Yo, algorithm boost. Um, I mean, maybe, you know, now that she's kind of she's flipped her daughter to the side of things like, yeah, if nothing matters, then me and you can just do whatever we want. And we can, you know, I want to prove to you that now that I know that nothing matters, that I will enjoy all these moments rather than, you know, loathe all the time I've spent in this lifetime.
Yeah.
Because this is the one I care about. She got to experience all these different timelines all at once now because she's completely broken. Her consciousness is spread out into infinite timelines. I don't know. I don't know how they can make a sequel out of that. It was really good where it left. But the world itself, I would be down to see them build on that, I guess.
I mean, it was pretty like self to me. It was pretty self-contained. Like it's
Yeah.
just it was a personal story. It was a small story, but just in a big, massive. Like just I think the whole idea. This was another thing that was brought up in the movie. That part of that contributed to Joy's. Or what was her character's her villain's name again?
Jobu
Jobu
Tabaki.
Jobu Tabaki. Yeah, just uh, basically the more realities you find, like you think the Earth is big, you think the solar system's big, you think our galaxy's big, you think the universe is big, then you find out there's a multiverse of multiple, realities and all that, and you realize just how small and insignificant we are to an ever growing picture, ever growing canvas of what we call reality and everything.
Yeah.
And that reality is just like interconnected, and sometimes it might not be connected. So there are multiple dimensions within multiple dimensions. It's funny. They're talking about, like, a single little decision or choice could have, dire consequences and basically create another reality. In the I don't know if you're familiar with the Wheel of Time. It's a fantasy book series by Robert Jordan. The whole idea behind the name Wheel of Time is there's a wheel of time that weaves what they call the pattern, and the pattern basically represents the course of human lives, basically. And then there's multiple dimensions and everything. So kind of seeing this movie kind of made me think of the Wheel of Time a little bit. The only difference is in Wheel of Time, people can come back, people get reincarnated. So even though a person dies, they're still part of the pattern, and then they can come back. So, but there's certain spells or certain magic spells that can burn you out of the pattern. You can never come back, and that would be a true death or something like that. But I'm only on book 6 out of 14 books, and I don't know if you know this, but Amazon made a horrible show. Amazon made a horrible show.
I'll give it mediocre. From the point of a novel reader, somebody who understands the novels, I can understand calling it horrible. If I had never read Maze Runner and I went and watched the series, I probably would have thought it was mediocre too.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was horrible because I read the book. Mm-hmm. And so, I can understand. I mean, I watched it. I'm not like at the edge of my seat waiting for another season, like I have some other shows that I watch, but that's the only representation of Wheel of Time that I know. So, I think on the multiversal topic, I think when that whole concept was kind of introduced in film and stuff, I think some people did really well with it. Obviously, a lot of places just use it as an excuse to do whatever they want. Look what DC did.
I haven't watched anything. I haven't watched anything DC since the Snyder Cut.
Oh yeah, I watched that. I loved that. I've watched some stuff. I watched the Peacemaker series. That was pretty good. Super funny. I
did see the other Suicide Squad. So there was there was Suicide Squad, and then there was the Suicide Squad. So I did see that.
That one was pretty good.
I was like, what starfish kaiju? What the hell is this? What's going on here? What's happening?
Oh, yeah, that was oh man, what was his name? I found him, like his comic character. He's like a conqueror or something like that.
And then you had Peter Capaldi from Doctor Who. He had like a big brain or something. What the hell is this? I have no idea who these characters are.
Man, I like Peter Capaldi. I was not the biggest fan of his Doctor Who. I thought he was good or whatever. I don't know. I think maybe I'm just hateful because I really liked Matt Smith. I know everybody, David Tennant, whatever. But me growing up watching it with my dad and all that, Matt Smith was always my favorite Doctor. Maybe that's a hot take. But so when Peter Capaldi came around, I was just like, who's this old fart? We've had enough old doctors. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't watched any of the new stuff. So I watched the one with the girl. I liked her, but I mean, not as much as Matt Smith, but she's all right.
Roman's a big Doctor Who fan. He's like, stop. He was a great Doctor. You young folk.
He was all right. Yeah. Like, I don't hate him for being old or anything. And also when I did watch that season, a lot of the episodes me and my dad watched were just like streamed off of like random websites. We ended up having to watch a lot of them in black and white. which is a weird experience. I don't even know how that had to happen. But I think it was the concepts themselves that I didn't like. It wasn't him as a doctor, but I think the show itself and the concepts they had weren't that interesting to me compared to some of the other ones. And it's the same goes for the doctor after him, and I can't actually remember the name of her.
Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah, Jodie Whittaker. Yeah,
Yeah,
the show itself I didn't like that much, even though I liked the character. You know, I liked her as a doctor pretty well, but and they kept the same formula. You know, it's always like big, vast person doctor, and then they've got their assistant, and the assistant always falls in love with them like every single time. And then like they're like, oh no, you can't do that. Yeah, I know a lot of people didn't like her. I thought she was all right. And like I haven't watched the old stuff that, you know, hasn't been couldn't be recovered. I liked her though. I know a lot of people didn't. But I enjoyed
I haven't
the
watched
season.
I haven't watched New Who, so I can't really comment. But I saw some clips that were pretty cringe. But that's all.
Yeah,
That's all I
it
can
was.
really. Yeah.
That's
Like,
the
oh,
thing.
I'm an upgrade now. Shut up. Shut up.
I think that was said right. Like people took it in a weird way, like in a contextual way. But the way I felt, it kind of felt like a very Doctor Who thing to say, just like a snarky comment to try to like move the situation out of the way or to make themselves feel like fucking better than anyone else. You know, because they're not too humble throughout the series, and the many doctors. I mean, they in the word plural, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't like now I didn't see the episode, but I saw like, videos about it. There's the finale for one season. I don't know if it was their first season or second season. It was called The Timeless Children. That one I thought was terrible. I thought that was a terrible concept. It was a terrible thing. I don't know what they were trying to do. And I mean, I'm not going to blame the actress, but at the same time, like they had a bad showrunner during her era, Chris Chibnall. Like
Yeah,
compared to Russell T Davies, who actually came back to do this current thing with Doctor Who, um, compared to Russell T Davies then, and even Stephen Moffat, it was like a major step down in the writing quality. So I hate
yeah,
to say the word that rhymes with smoke, but kind of might apply to that in a way. So I don't know. I don't know
yeah.
what's going on with BBC.
That's why I mean, like, I didn't mind her as a doctor, and like the season was all right. Like the show's always been sort of campy in a way. Like it's the
Yeah,
doctor is always like super jumpy and like right out in front of everything. But I don't think it's not Jodie Whittaker's fault, you know. I think, and that's why like the Peter Capaldi thing, I started to lose interest throughout his seasons and hers, and like now, you know, like Disney's involved, and like what the heck? Okay, like
yeah.
I don't want to deal with that. I don't care what's going. I haven't seen any of it, and I don't know. It just the writing itself kind of fell off, and I feel like they did too many concepts, like the older ones with the paradoxes, and you've got like kids in like robot uniforms, like a billion years in the future, and like a bunch of crazy stuff, and they just don't have that anymore. Now it's like they're trying to be all mystical with it, and that was the Jodie Whittaker season, and it's just too much for me,
I'll
and
show
so
you.
I can't do it anymore.
I'll show you. I'll show you my Blu-rays. I got them right over here. So yeah, keep talking, Kelly. Keep talking. Keep drinking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I didn't think her as a doctor was bad. I don't know whatever people's reasons for not liking her as a doctor or whatever. I think that she portrayed the personality of what the doctor was pretty well.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite doctor, John Pertwee. He was the third one. This was like 19. This is 1971 or 72.
Oh wow.
So this is the one that features the intro. I don't know if you're familiar with the Master. So the Master is supposed to be the Doctor's mortal enemy.
Yeah, they
So
use him later.
so he was introduced in this one. He looks, and his actor is basically, he looks like the devil himself. Like he's just so evil. Like there's like episodes where he pretends to be like a circus master, and there's an episode where he actually poses as a priest to release a demon from hell or from another dimension and all that. So yeah, this is but the what do you call it, the chemistry between the doctor and the master, and these are priceless, and that's why it's some of my favorites here. That's why I have this season,
Yeah.
and I have the season right after that. So but yeah, John Pertwee is a is a pretty solid doctor. Like he actually does, he does some like kung fu. He does some swashbuckling. So he like the doctor's usually not is usually the one that solves stuff with his brain. He doesn't really fight. Well, this doctor does fight. This doctor does fight every now and then. So, but there was one where there was one arc called the Mind of Evil, where they have this machine. Humanity in the UK in the early 70s developed this machine that got so smart to the point where it could read everyone's fears and just cause them to go mad and everything.
Mm.
And so in the episode, we get to see the fears of the characters in their heads. So I forget what the doctors, I think the doctor's fear was fire or something. But the master's fear, and this was the funniest thing I saw. I laughed so hard. So the master's fear, he's in this room with this evil machine. What he sees is the doctor laughing at him. That's his biggest fear. That's his biggest fear. And I'm like, I saw this. I'm like, okay, I got to keep watching this series now. So I've only seen a handful. I haven't seen all of Classic Who either. I've only seen a handful of arcs. So
Well, you can't see it now unless you can pick up an old like reel of it or something. But
well, I mean the everything the first two Doctors, sure, because the first two Doctors, there's a lot of arcs that were missing because the BBC back then was smart enough to erase their film.
yeah.
So but like but like everything after the third Doctor, I think they were able to find like all over the world. So like Africa, even in Africa, they could find, they were able to find like tapes and stuff. Kids used to record stuff that even back in the 70s.
It's such a huge franchise, and I don't know. I think the charm of Doctor Who started to get lost on me later. And I don't know if that was like my fault or their fault or whatever, because I know a lot of people loved Peter Capaldi. But yeah, I mean, yeah, people don't like Jodie Whittaker. I don't know. I watched that before I even knew anybody didn't like her, and I had a completely open like mind about it, and it was all right. The show didn't have good concepts. I didn't think the concepts were interesting anymore, and also they started telling us too much. Like, I don't care if we're like a million seasons later. I don't want you telling me anything. Like, that's the whole point of the Doctor, is there's all this like mystical, mysterious stuff. And like, you're supposed to get really close to knowing it, but then you could barely get like trickles of it. And then they just started like airing it all out in Jodie Whittaker's season. I think that's one of the reasons that I didn't want to end up watching the next season. The next Doctor is because like now I know too much about like the Time Lords and stuff like that. And it's not my thing anymore. I don't know, but yeah, I don't care if people think things are objectively terrible. You are entitled to your opinion, but I thought it was all right. It was like, there are worse things than Jodie Whittaker as Doctor Who. There are much worse things.
Spoken by Kelly. So yep, that's Kelly has spoken. So CLS says Doctor Who is too British for me. You know what? Sometimes I am that way too. Sorry. But I think, as long as there's subtitles, I'm good. I'll be able to pick up on what they're saying. So
you don't speak Brit, do you? You don't speak Brit.
I mean, Doctor Who can be a tricky one. So, but yeah, other than the fact that it just like undoes like a lot of the stuff that was started with the first Doctor, the Jodie stuff, with especially the Timeless Children. I mean, it's just So it's after that. Like, I don't know if I could watch any. I watched New Who from Eccleston, the first season, up to maybe where Peter Capaldi ends, and everything. And maybe there might be some good stuff. I heard like the latest season, he had maybe a couple of good episodes or something. I don't know.
I can't
So
do that. I can't do a couple of good episodes a season. Like it's got to be a show that I can watch. You know what I mean?
mhm.
I can't suffer through. That's why I didn't do Rings of Power. First of all, this is one of the reasons because I don't make content about stuff like this. Like you guys, a lot of you guys have to suffer through these things so you can report to people and tell them what you think about it. I am very privileged to not have to do that, and so I didn't have to suffer through Rings of Power, and I don't have to suffer through Disney
Yeah,
having
your
any
brother had to
hand.
suffer through it.
Oh yeah, I don't have to suffer through Disney having its hand on Doctor Who. I don't have to suffer through any of that. I could just choose not to watch it, and
Yeah.
I'm good. I can move on with my life.
Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at with another franchise that I like. I'm sure you can guess what that is. Everybody knows what I like.
Yeah, Star Trek. Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have a drink before we
Yeah,
start this
cheers,
conversation.
cheers, brother.
Cheers,
Yeah, we'll
cheers,
talk about
bud.
it. Let's do it.
So I forgot to pour this. I was originally gonna drink this on the rocks, but then all the rocks melted, so now I'm drinking this neat. So
Yeah, I'm going neat right now too because I don't have an ice machine up here, and I'm definitely not making my girlfriend go get me ice every 10 minutes. So
I just take random ice from the ice tray in the freezer, and that's what I go with. So
yeah, yeah, for sure. I would do that as well. I might get ice now though. I'm getting ice apparently.
woman, get me ice
She
now.
just got home, so
Oh, okay, that's cool.
now it's cool. Yeah. Other it would get old if I was on here forever like asking for ice, but
Oh yeah.
I'll probably slow down. I've been through a few of those since we started talking, so
So yeah, so
yeah.
did I tell you my history as a Star Trek fan?
Bits and pieces. You should
You want to hear you want to hear a story
let's hear it.
old Nerporial and
We're on the
everything.
Chillporeal, dude. I gotta
Yeah.
hear it. Let's go.
So growing up, I used to watch a lot of cartoons. The stations in Chicago always had cartoons on, especially independent stations. And the independent stations also had Star Trek: The Next Generation. So this was like, so I was born in '84, and Star Trek: Next Generation came out in '87. So throughout, like, me growing up in the late '80s, early '90s, reruns of the early seasons of Next Generation were always on, always after the cartoon. So I always bumped into this show, and I tried to watch him. Like, there's this bald dude, there's this dude in white paint and yellow eyes, and then there's this other dude with a Milky Way head. I'm like, what is this? And like the dudes with the Milky Way heads always scared me as a kid. So of course, I'm talking about the Klingons.
Yeah.
So
Weirdos.
I'm trying. I'm watching it like, oh, it takes place in space, just like Mighty Mouse and a whole bunch of other cartoons I used to watch. Like, I used to watch DuckTales. I used to watch. There was a Super. I don't know if you know this. There was a Super Mario show that came out in the late '80s. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know that at all. No, I
Yeah,
learned something today.
it's called the Super Mario Super Show. Oh, by the way, thanks for coming by, Roman. Good to see you. Thanks for doing this. We're definitely, you and I are definitely going to do future Chillporeal.
Yeah,
So
you have a good one, man. Thanks for hopping in.
yeah, so like yeah, like who here hasn't been Chillporeal yet? I mean, CLS Studio has been a Chillporeal. Salty's been a Chillporeal. I mean, I think I've talked to almost everybody. DJ Ronnie G, Chillporeal, Jacob Ironside. Yep, almost everybody. Even AC. I did two of them with them. Two.
Mm.
I don't know how I survived. Honestly.
Yeah, yeah, no, the guy's insufferable. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Nah. I love AC. He
Saying
always laughs at my jokes. It's like it doesn't he's the laugh track for me where we're all like hanging out in Discord. If I crack a stupid joke that nobody's gonna laugh at, he'll laugh at it even if it's fake.
yeah, even he laughs he laughs at my jokes too, but it's always the nervous laugh. It's like
Yeah,
so yeah. Yeah, because he's just yeah. I don't know. I like AC's
he's a nice
awesome.
guy. He's a nice guy. He'll laugh at your jokes.
Yeah, he's such a laughing at my jokes. I
Anybody's.
thought my jokes were bad. I'm gonna like a big smile on that face.
I make terrible jokes. I make the same joke every time. and he'll laugh at him. It's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, Star Trek. Uh, I guess I could get into how I got introduced to Star Trek, because you, obviously being older than me, were able to watch them as they occurred for the most
Some of
part.
them. So like
Yeah.
I was born right after Star Trek, shortly after Star Trek 3 came out. That was the Search for Spock. So that was the one that follows up the Wrath of Khan. The Wrath of Khan. Have you seen the original movies?
At some point. Yeah.
So
I'll get into that.
you know how the Wrath of Khan ends, right? It ends with the death of Mr. Spock.
Yeah.
And Star Trek 3 is about them going back for Spock, getting him back, and believe it or not, bringing him back to life because of the magical Genesis planet.
Yeah, this is getting beyond me. I'll get into that, right? So growing up, my dad lived in a different state than my mom, and I was staying with my mom, and she would rewatch a lot of stuff. She would rewatch the Star Wars movies a lot, all the Lord of the Rings movies, and she would watch Star Trek. And she was a really big fan of Voyager. And so I've watched a lot of Voyager with her. I've seen the ending of that show probably like 10 times
Oh,
with my mom.
I was
And this isn't sitting through forever watching it with her either.
yeah. I remember I watched Voyager. So when I was a kid, I mean, I started watching it. When I became a fan of Star Trek officially, like I believe in the late 5th grade, 6th grade. So I started watching the movies when I was 11, and then I started collecting the original series on VHS when I was 12. And then later that year, I saw Voyager. Voyager was on the same channel that had Next Generation. So earlier that year, for the first ever Star Trek movie I saw in the theater was Star Trek First Contact. That's the one that features the Borg Queen and the Borg. I don't know if have you ever seen that one? That's the next generation film.
I've seen the Borg Queen. I do have that image in my mind.
Yeah. So I started watching a few episodes of Voyager. So there was one episode featuring the character Neelix, the Talaxian, the orange dude with the mohawk and all that. There was him, and then there was this black Vulcan dude named Tuvok. And so I watched an episode where they're on a space elevator, and I really liked that episode. Maybe I don't know if it's because I like Vulcans. I don't know what it was, but I really enjoyed that episode. So I watched that. There was another episode where the Voyager crew were they were all being poisoned, and the ship was taken over by these macrocosmic parasites that were just eating everybody. And Janeway was like in her like tank top, and she was crawling through tubes, and it was like almost like aliens. She was like taking all of them out once and for all, and saving everybody. So there was that episode, and there was another episode where everybody gets transported to like a fake ship, a holodeck, a hollow ship, and everything, and they don't know where they are, and the ship was commandeered and all that. So there was that. But then there was an episode where they bring back the Borg, and the Borg encounter an enemy 10 times worse than them that comes out of fluidic space. And then in the show they're called the species A472. And that was the end. That was the finale of season 3. And that's what got me hooked onto Voyager. So after watching that, I was like, I wanted to watch part 2 right away. And remember, I'm new to watching television. I didn't know what a cliffhanger was. I mean, I first heard the term cliffhanger. There was a movie, Sylvester Stallone was in a movie called Cliffhanger. So I was like, oh, maybe it's something about that cliffhanger. No. And then I heard the term again. George Lucas did interviews with Leonard Maltin in the VHS Star Wars films that I used to collect as a kid. The ones that were issued in the 90s, right before George Lucas forever changed the original trilogy. And so I didn't even know what a cliffhanger was until I watched that Empire Strikes Back tape. And then, because you know how that movie ends. So I didn't know what a cliffhanger was. So I'm watching Voyager, I'm watching Scorpion, and it ends in such a way that the Borg fleet gets destroyed by these species A472 ships. And they all they share a beam and like the Death Star type of deal. and they blow up a planet. It gets wild, and then like the Voyager is dragged away by the last surviving Borg sphere or Borg cube or something like that. So I'm
Yeah.
watching this. I'm like, how are they gonna resolve this? It was like watching the Borg episode in TNG with when Picard gets abducted and assimilated for the first time, and he becomes the cutest. You're like, how is this gonna play out? So I thought the next week they were going to show part 2, and I didn't realize it was a season finale. I didn't know what a season finale was. You understand where I'm getting at now? I didn't know what a season finale was. I'm like, why am I not seeing part 2? Where's part 2? And I realized, oh wait, it doesn't come out for another till October. So this was May, and I had to wait till October to see what happened in part 2.
Terrible feeling. Once you forget about it, then it's like once it comes around again, then you could be excited again, but you have to get it out of your head, you know.
Yeah. And then, then the following season was the season that introduced 7 of 9. And then, then after that, the show got sexier, got a lot sexier after that.
Yeah, I never ended up watching any of these all the way through. And the reason is because it was like my mom was watching Voyager over and over again throughout my life at different times. And I would walk in and I just hang out with her, and just watch the show go down. I've seen the Borg Queen, all that. And then when my dad came back to the state I was in, he had an era of his life where because he was on disability, right? So he had all this time on his hands. And he started at the original series and just went all the way up until it was over. And so through my intervals of like sitting in my room and like coming out, I would sit out there and watch it with him. I had the most like memories of Star Trek because I took up so much time, obviously. But no, I really enjoyed like the different concepts that got introduced. I mean, Deep Space Nine was all this abstract stuff, if I remember correctly.
Deep Space Nine was actually was very political. Deep Space Nine was they discover a wormhole and the implications of discovering a wormhole to a distant. So the Voyager was stranded in one part of the galaxy. The Deep Space Nine wormhole takes them to a different part of the galaxy, a totally different quadrant, still about the same distance away. But unlike Voyager, where they're stranded there, Deep Space Nine, the wormhole is actually stable, so you can go into the wormhole, come out the other side, and you can go back in from the other side and come back out our way and all that. So the wormhole was discovered was discovered close to the planet Bajor, which is where those are the people with the little lines on their noses, and they wear the earrings, and they have the religion and all that, and they were the ones that were conquered and occupied by the Cardassians. I don't know if you remember the Cardassians. They're the pale people with the long necks and the vein, like they have like these little massive like veins or bones that stick out of their necks and all that, and they wear like an armor, like a chest plate and all that, and they're very 1984 type of government, very like, all always watching, always there's
super fascist,
very fascist in a way, like, and then they have the most terrifying intelligence unit ever, and the best character in Deep Space Nine, Garrick, is the son of the founder or the leader of that organization. So I don't know if you remember the Deep Space Nine characters, but
I was a kid, watching all this with my dad. I was probably like 12.
It builds up, like the show does such a great job with the characters. Like we start off with Commander Sisko, he becomes Captain Sisko, and he ends up starting off as a reluctant commander of a space station, out in the frontier, and then the show ends with him being the captain and the lead, the driving force in fighting a war against an enemy, an existential enemy that is almost in every way superior to the combined efforts of the Klingons, the Romulans, and the Federation.
Okay.
So what you find, going back to the unknowns of the universe, You go and you explore a different part of space. You find a portal or a gate to another part of space. What's on the other side? Well, Deep Space Nine answers that, and it gets crazy. Like, it starts off with they encounter the Dominion, then it becomes a Cold War, and then it becomes a hot war. But the hot war takes several seasons to build up to. And when it builds up to it, and you get this fleet battle, so like they lose the space station. There's a point where they have to flee the space station. The Starfleet personnel have to leave, and only the Bajoran personnel stay. So Odo and Kara and Quark, the Ferengi, they stick around. But there's a point where they try to retake the station, and we get the coolest fleet battle. The one fleet battle we ever get in Star Trek, we get in that episode. And it is wild, and it is so high stakes, and it was such a epic buildup to something. And because the difference in capability between them and the Dominion is high, like two or 3 to 1 in terms of ships and amounts of ships and their capabilities. Like the Dominion can shoot down any Federation ship, even with full shields and everything. That's how much better they are. And then they're at the same time, they're always 10 steps ahead of everybody else. So they're a terrifying enemy. So when a certain Picard series came out that everybody liked, got so much praise, and they decided to bring back aspects of Deep Space Nine, including the shapeshifters, who are the leaders of the Dominion. It didn't do them justice. I'll just say that. So I know you didn't watch Picard, but you did watch Discovery.
I think it got me. I got tired watching Picard. I love that man. Okay. But it just, I don't know. I guess I could still watch it at some point. I probably will. I can see it more.
You would love Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine, in my opinion, and I watched this, and I have a lot of nostalgia for Voyager. I didn't watch Deep Space Nine until I was in college when it came out on DVD, because Deep Space Nine was on Channel 9. It was on WGN here in Chicago, and WGN was very inconsistent with how they aired episodes. Like if a baseball game got canceled, then they'd show an episode of Deep Space Nine or something. So it was weird how that worked. So I couldn't really watch, and plus I was late to the game, because Deep Space Nine is more serialized than Voyager was.
Okay.
So there was a lot more connections to earlier episodes that you needed to keep track of. So
there might be an era in my life where I go back and do the same thing my dad did, because it was just to jump in and out. There was always TV going or video games with my dad, and so I would go out and I'd sit there with him and I'd watch whatever he's watching for a while. And I did watch a bit of Deep Space Nine because I was getting a little older when he got around to that series. And I might rewatch that. And Picard, I don't know if I'll get around to it. I might, but.
I wouldn't watch Picard. TNG, Next Generation, I'd watch. Next Generation, I'd watch
for sure. Yeah, I think it was the only reason that I didn't get as much as everyone else did out of it. Personally, I feel like was because I didn't understand the characters as much as everyone else did that they were bringing back in. Like it was heavily nostalgia and fan base driven. With the characters they were bringing in with what's Data? Is his name, right?
And the android, the pale android with the golden eyes,
and how much Picard cares about him, and synths got it became a really weird issue later on and stuff. Or not? Were they called synths?
In Picard, they called them synths. I didn't like Picard because it was very inconsistent with the Next Generation and what the Next Generation set up and everything. So synths were never really a thing. Like there was an episode, I forget which one, where they actually talked about the implications of using androids as property of the Federation. It was season 2 of Next Generation. It was called Measure of a Man. It's one of the greatest episodes of television I've ever seen. And they kind of closed the book on that with that particular episode. And then all of a sudden these new writers come in a generation later, and then they decide, we're going to revisit this episode, but we're going to undo what that episode was trying to say. So
yeah, Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe because he was older or something. If I had seen all of Next Generation like in a row and understood it more, and then Picard, I probably have a better viewpoint on that. But to be
Yeah,
honest,
they
I'd probably
made
be talking out
they
of my
made
ass right now.
yeah, they made Star Trek very dystopian, and Star Trek was never really it was never really dystopian. Even Deep Space Nine's a very dark show. Like there's points of the show where the captain Cisco has to do questionable things in order to ensure victory in this war against Dominion. So there's dark points there, and there's dark points where the whole Section 31 thing came from Deep Space Nine initially. So like Section 31 would be activated to protect the Federation at all costs, and that means do whatever it takes,
Is that the
destroy
black
the enemy.
badge?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
they didn't have a
Okay.
badge. They didn't have a badge. So in Deep Space Nine, it was just a random person. It's probably an officer. We don't know. They officially don't exist. But they show up and they wear these like this black outfit. It looks menacing. It looks evil because I guess that was the point. And then they just show up like like the character Dr. Bashir wakes up at the middle of the night, and all of a sudden this Section 31 agent's there. He's like, hey, I got a job for you. Here's the pad. Review it and go here and all that. So yeah, and then we find out that they were the ones that they're apparently they did something to the Dominion that even the Dominion themselves couldn't solve. Um, and so that was kind of where, because usually the Star Trek has always been about, future being bright, humans being altruistic. I mean, the part of the big draw of the original show, the original cast, and the reason why I got into it, and I said this on another stream, I saw Star Trek 3. Just the fact that they went back for Mr. Spock, and Kirk, William Shatner and the rest of the crew that survived were willing to go out there and break laws and sacrifice. Like a lot of stuff was sacrificed to bring Mr. Spock back in Star Trek 3. That's why I love that. That's why I love that movie. Like the ship gets destroyed and Kirk's son gets killed in the process. So it was still, even though it wasn't the Wrath of Khan level tragic, it was still tragic in its own way. So there was a heavy price to be paid. And there's just the way the movie beautifully ended. I was a kid, 12 years old. I didn't have friends. And I'm seeing that, that friendship can exist even as an adult, and as even with adults. And it just gave me some hope, and it just made me invested. I just love the cast. I love the characters. And that's kind of what got me to watch more Star Trek. So the movies got me into it, then I watched the shows. And I grew to like the characters in Voyager. That's why I watched That's why I kept watching Voyager from late season 3 all the way to the end. And
Yeah,
I was asking myself throughout the show, I was like, are they going to make it back home? And you said you saw the finale several times.
yeah. If I like the whole like bubble thing, and like I have imagery in my head of that sphere like opening up with the Voyager coming out of it
Yeah.
and stuff. um but I think Star Trek itself, like you had it as like a point of escape or like immersion,
Yes.
um to help you out. For me it was more like an excuse to chill out with my parents, right?
Yeah.
Because they were watching it. Um, and yeah, Voyager was a big thing for my mom. I mean, I watched a lot more Lord of the Rings than I did Voyager. I've watched Return of the King more times than I have Fievel Goes West, and I had that on
Dude.
VHS, bro. And I'm
Now,
not even old enough to think of VHS.
dude, it's coming back out in June. Go see it in the theaters if you can. It was, I know. I mean, I know you were too young to see. I'm assuming you were. Yeah, you were way too young to see them when they came out initially. I was a teenager, but it was one of the best movie going experiences I ever had. Especially seeing Return of the King. We were all me. I was 19. Me and my friends. This was our first semester of college ended. We came from a night of playing some heavy Halo Combat Evolved. Yeah, lots of swearing, lots of teabagging going on the night before. And then we go and see Return of the King the following morning. and it's just a bunch of 19, 20-year-olds screaming like little girls when Eowyn's like, I am no man. And she's like, ah, and then she kills the Witch King of Angmar. And we were all screaming. We were all screaming like we were like fangirls and all that. It was such a good time. And it was just what's funny was seeing the theatrical version. It was too long for some people. People were complaining. People like there was a point where it slowly fades to black when Frodo and Sam are stuck on a lava, like the lava's going down Mount Doom, and they're stuck on like a little island, and slowly fades to black. People thought it was over, and people were about to get up to leave, and then the movie comes back on, and people were like, "It's still on."
Man, people aren't cut out for that shit anymore, and maybe it's because I grew up watching that stuff, and now I love long movies. You know, every time I hear a movie came out like Oppenheimer or something like more than 3 hours long, I'm like, I'm going to see that. I don't care if it sucks.
Yeah, as long as it's good, and I don't fall asleep to it. Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm engaged with it, then yeah, give me more, baby.
I think. Yeah, so I don't know if that'll come back out here in Hawaii, but it would be nice. I would die to see that in theaters. I think the only thing in that franchise I saw in theaters, I went with my uncle to go watch a series. Like they were running all 3 Hobbit movies in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and watched that, and they messed it up a bunch of times. Like they're messing up the audio and stuff.
Do you like the Hobbits? I know the Hobbits get a lot of hate.
I mean, growing up, I liked it. I've now, listened to the book. I won't say read the book because I listened to the Andy Serkis read it, but I feel like that's a quality experience. So, I mean, because I watched the movies all together right after I finished it, and sure, I think they were all right. I mean, like, do they follow the book? No, they add a lot of stuff. They add a lot of stuff that, some of the stuff they don't have to take out that much. They add a lot, and it feels like they took out because of that. Because there are events that happen, like especially with Gandalf.
Yeah,
that's a big point for me that I think surprised me a lot rewatching it, because I was pretty young when I watched the movies at first. Was how much they give Gandalf when in The Hobbit. That man's gone for like half of the book.
Yeah,
he leaves, and you are missing him so bad because he gets them out of so much shit, but he's overpowered, and so when he leaves, they're finally in trouble.
Yeah, that's I mean, that was pretty much why Tolkien pretty much did that. So, but then I liked how in I think it was Lord of the Rings, in Lord of the Rings that we find out that they were having problems with the necromancer in Dol Guldur,
which they barely really talk about. And I think it's important to note that The Hobbit was changed, right? And that's the version I listened to, was not the original version of The Hobbit, because The Hobbit was the trilogy, and The Hobbit used to not connect as well. And now they make them connect so much. And like the whole thing with the necromancer, like they add that to the movie. And I thought it was cool. It's whatever. Like if you really pay attention, Gandalf isn't, you do lose that overpowered character for a while. But then they have that whole chase scene with the orcs, and also the whole like making the orcs and goblins separate entities. That's also a big thing people were weirded out about. At the end of the day, they were the same thing, but the orcs weren't even created yet when The Hobbit was written.
Yeah, it was just they called them orcs in Lord of the Rings, and then in Hobbit they were just the Tolkien called them goblins. So they're pretty much interchangeable. And then the movies, like you said, they made them different. So the goblins, they made them look more buffoonish, and then they had pointed ears, I guess.
Yeah,
they didn't look nearly as terrifying, and a few of them were CGI. I think the Goblin King was pure CGI. I think.
Yeah, the man was way too big to be real. I don't know. I think there are good things about that, right? Like, when I'm talking about the difference between the books, I'm not acting like these things are like ultimately bad, right? It's not an adaptation. It's not a faithful adaptation at all. But like as a movie itself, It wasn't that bad. They also changed the way that the
I mean,
dwarves and the elves interacted whenever Dane came around, because
yeah.
all that fighting that happened with the big crazy like arrow deflecting shots they had, that shit was badass when you
Yeah.
watch it in the movie. But none of that happened in the book. Okay, and
Hmm.
so those things are weird. But I mean, if you watch those movies without having read the book, man, they're pretty good. Like they still feel Peter Jackson. They still feel good, and
Yeah.
like
Peter Jackson just was not having. He had was having a rough time with Lord of the Rings. Like, he like, when somebody asked him, would you ever consider doing the hobby? He's like, hell no, I'm not going through this shit again. And then he ends up doing it, and he ends up having all these problems. There wasn't really a good script that they were following, so everybody was asking him questions, and he had to do his best to answer. And it got to a point where he had a heart attack. He had a heart attack during the production. I don't know
yeah,
if it was the
man,
first
it's
Hobbit or the second.
stressful.
Yeah, it was insane.
Like that series. I mean, it's like a religion to some people.
Yes.
Okay, and like that stuff is very important. I mean, he already had to put up through with so much with the trilogy. I mean, nobody even knew who Tom Bombadil was unless you read the damn books.
Yeah.
Okay, and that guy gets him out of so much shit. That dude's overpowered. Okay, and so
Yeah,
we
he
don't
just
even really
he
get to
doesn't
know what
like
he
mad
is.
like the evil magic of the ring, and the magic of evil and stuff just has no effect on him. So,
He's
and
like an omniscient being or something. Like,
yeah, and what's funny is the book explains why they don't just give him the ring. So that's one of the good things about Tolkien, is Tolkien actually explains things. So he explains why, like Gandalf, like there's a point where Frodo, I think, asked Gandalf, like, why doesn't just Tom Bombadil, if he's not affected by the ring at all, why doesn't he not, why does he not do it? And he's like, oh, Tom Bombadil doesn't care for such things. He'll lose it like a trinket, and
yeah,
he'll forget about it or something.
yeah. I mean, it's the
It's
same argument. Like, why don't we make him king? Like the dude is like lives out in the forest. Okay,
he's
he
just
is
not
not
interested.
worried about all that.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
not
he's like
worried
a
exactly.
god or something. The guy is like beyond all this trivial stuff.
Yeah,
And I don't know.
and there
I
was
get that's why I had read them initially, is because of the how good they were. And they're old, and so you really have to get past a lot of stuff. But I wanted to read them because I wanted to know like how to write. And he's just such a great example. I mean, the guy was brilliant.
yeah, I mean, it was something he worked. It took him a decade to write Lord of the Rings, or took him over a decade to just write Lord of the Rings itself, and then he had to get it published and everything. He had to make some edits and all that. Um, yeah, I mean, the Hobbit was changed. I don't know if you know this. The Hobbit was edited. It was changed to make it more in line with Lord of the Rings. So like the whole thing with
Yeah.
the whole thing with the ring being the ring of power, uh, was different, and then it's explained in the prologue,
Yeah,
or
I
the
had mentioned
forward,
that
I think.
earlier
Yeah,
actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you did. Because originally, I think in the original version of the Hobbit with Gollum, uh, like I don't think like the ring wasn't just. I don't know if there was a ring, but like the riddles of the dark ends with them parting ways amicably. Whereas
Yeah, it was
in
just a magic ring. It was
it was
just
just a
normal.
simple magic ring. It wasn't the ring and all that, so it wasn't the precious.
Yeah,
That's the
the
whole
the
thing.
Hobbit's more like a bedtime story. The original to read to your kids, and then the
Yeah,
trilogy was something like that was like his masterpiece. That's what he worked on. And then I don't think he was ready for the fan base he got, to be honest. And
well,
and
I
then he had
mean,
to write all these other things, the Silmarillion. I mean, and then
he
the state is just throwing together stuff just to give people what they want.
so I mean, I don't know how big of like a fan. I mean, like it was one of the best sold back then, um, and he was on TV quite a bit, especially in the '60s. A lot of rock bands have covered. I mean, I'm sure you know this rock, like especially Led Zeppelin and Rush have covered, have written songs that feature stuff from Middle Earth and stuff like Led Zeppelin. Yeah,
Yeah.
Misty Mountain Hop, Battle of Evermore, and
Yes.
Ramble On. Ramble On
Great
directly
songs.
mentions Gollum.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Rush has I think they have literally a song called Rivendell. So I'm sure there's other bands out there that era that had that had covered Lord of the Rings and everything. But yeah, I mean, it was part of the culture. And I mean, the 60s, they kind of took, they wanted to, I think some of the hippies wanted that, kind of took that story in too. Um, I don't know.
because
You know,
it's so vast, like,
yeah,
especially when you get the movies in and stuff. I mean, the thing that I noticed about the series, like the trilogy, the book trilogy, was the passage of time. That's what changed a lot for me on my like writing thought process, was how easily that man knew how to pass time and make you feel like you're immersed in the story. Like weeks, months will go by on their journeys because he wanted you to understand how vast these journeys were. I mean, they're traveling so far.
yeah, and he would go out of his way to describe how the moon was, how
Yeah.
waxed the moon was, how waned the moon was.
Yeah.
Like,
How detailed everything was,
yes,
even trying to fit that huge world into it and still bring you tiny little details just to make you feel like you're there.
yeah. I mean, I reread a good chunk of Lord of the Rings a couple of years ago, or was it it was about a year ago. Lots of hollows, lots of little hollows that are constantly described throughout each of the chapters, because they're going from point A to point B and all that.
Yeah.
So there's always hollows, and there's gullies, and there's dells, and there's fords and all that. So it's just, yeah, like you see a lot of the same words pop up every now and then. And but it's so richly detailed. It's one of those stories that I think will remain forever timeless. The themes are just so rich. That's why there's so much animosity towards Rings of Power, because it doesn't represent Tolkien and
Yeah.
the stuff that he does. And the reason why the movies are so widely celebrated, and you hear this on in a Peter Jackson interview, he wanted to put in the themes and messages that Tolkien wanted in those movies, and they didn't want to put their own stuff. They wanted to put what Tolkien would have put in. So
Yeah, I think yeah, I mean, I wish I had a more educated viewpoint on Rings of Power, but I couldn't do it. I just couldn't, like, it didn't give me Lord of the Rings. And so, and I, like, I'm no
there
like
was like there was
expert
a
on this
yeah there was
stuff.
a shark. There was like a shark in that show that ate a bunch of people, and
I don't even know, man. I didn't get through the first episode. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I'm no expert on this stuff at
there were
all,
ho-
especially when I watched it.
do you know there were hobbits or harfoots or whatever they call them, and they encounter a dude that just literally lands close to their what do you caravan? I'll say caravan, because they're nomads. They're traveling in wagons and all that.
Yeah.
A meteor lands really close to their caravan, and the meteor has a wizard. And the thing is, the wizards, according to the canon, or the especially the appendices, wizards didn't come till the third age, and the Rings of Power is the second age. Yet they're bringing in a wizard into the second age, and
I mean,
they didn't give him a name, but I'm pretty confident that it is a younger Gandalf.
yeah, I mean, the guy's old. The guy's like really old. But if look, and I didn't like the show enough to even watch it, and I knew it was already bad, so I really didn't watch it because I have that privilege, like I had talked about before. But giving them the benefit of the doubt, they actually didn't have the rights to a lot of the stuff, and so they kind of had to improvise. But they could have still done that stuff. They could have not used names, and it's also the main character, who I can't remember the name of right now off the top of my head.
Galadriel.
Galadriel, who we've seen, who we've come to know, didn't seem like Galadriel, and that also bothered me because I know that character and I know that she's powerful and but also like understanding,
Mm-hmm.
and and it's a different age from what we know her of. Um, beyond the rest of them after the trilogy and all the study books that you get. But I don't know. It just seemed stupid. So I couldn't do it. I mean, I just I had what I needed from the Lord of the Rings. I could keep what I had, and then I read the books, and I got more of what I needed. And I did get a little sad thinking about the fact that there's not more. You have a trilogy. That's it. There's 3 books in a trilogy. You don't get more after that.
He originally wanted to publish it as a single thing, but the publisher said no. The publisher said no. We have to split this up into we have to split this up. So you have to figure out how to split this up. So he had to do that. So that's why it's a trilogy, is because it wasn't his thing. It was the publisher's thing. So it's funny how like they made the film the way the book was written. The book was written to be complete. Lord of the Rings was complete. And that's how Peter Jackson tried to shoot the film as a single, tried to shoot the 3 films as a single film, back to back. That's why, the Lord of the Rings films and the Hobbit films all came out within a year from each other.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't really feel like a cliffhanger. It feels like you're just waiting on the next scene to happen.
Exactly. So, like, dude, like the year between The Two Towers and Return of the King was just, even though I've read the books before then, I was just like, I was super excited for Return of the King. And then Return of the King comes out, and the thing that I wanted to see, I didn't get to see. And it was the calling of Saruman. We didn't get to see that until the year later. So, because when the extended versions of the films didn't come out for another 11 months after the movies came out in theaters. So
yeah.
So Return of the King, the theatrical came out in December 2003. The extended version came on DVD not till November 2004. So I had to wait. So between when Two Towers came out, because Two Towers, the chapter Calling of Saruman is in the Two Towers. It's not in Return of the King. Same with the final chapter in the book, which is them fighting the spider, the spawn of Ungoliant, Shelob. We didn't get to see that in the Two Towers either, because they decided to focus on, well, Helm's Deep.
Yeah, I mean, Return of the King is probably the most worth the watch for the director's cut, for the extended edition. I think Fellowship, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that doesn't give you the type of content that's really like worth having to watch the extra amount of time. The Two Towers does, but I don't know, if I remember correctly, isn't Fellowship's extended edition, doesn't that just get more into dialogue and stuff?
They added stuff to the council. So like there's a point where Gandalf starts speaking in tongues. Well, when they try to touch the ring or something. So that was a weird thing. They added like the elves. So we see the elves are starting to leave Middle Earth. That was an additional scene. There was another additional scene where they're on the river and they see Gandalf, or not Gandalf. They see not Gandalf. They see Gollum. They see Gollum following them.
Yeah, I think it's, and that's in the book. That's an important part of the book, actually. Yeah.
What's funny is in the book, and then it was funny that they didn't include this in the movie. There were a couple of moments in Fellowship I think could have been featured in the movie. So there's a point where they're camping out, and this is I think this is before or after. I think this was either before or after they go through the Mines of Moria. I think this was before they go into the Mines of Moria, because I think Gandalf was with them or something, or maybe wasn't. But there was a point where they were camped down. They were attacked by wolves. By wolves, and they slayed them all. So that was one thing that did not make it into the movie. And then the first time we see the flying Nazgul, the Nazgul on their fell beasts and all that, was actually when they're on the river, and it gets to a point where they have to freaking hide and they have to stay quiet. And I'm reading that part. I was like, holy crap, this is almost a horror. And then, so there was that. And then there was another thing that happens in the book that's different, that didn't make it into the film. So um so the way Merry and Pippin joined Frodo and Sam in the movie was because they go through Farmer Maggot's crops, and the like Merry and Pippin are just a bunch of imbeciles that like to steal stuff.
Yeah, but in
Whereas,
the book, they're part of like a little council
yes,
with
they're part of their
Sam.
little
Yeah.
conspiracy. Yeah, so they're actually like intelligent, and they're actually pretty cool, and they're pretty based in the thing, and
That was the
in
first
the
big
book.
change I noticed.
Yeah, and the thing is, Frodo moves to Crick Hollow, so Frodo sells Bagan to the Sackville
Yep.
Bagginses, and he moves to Crick Hollow, which is where Merry and Pippin are from, in
That's where this
Buckland.
whole thing goes down. This whole like
Yeah,
conspiracy comes out, and like,
yeah, and so they have so there's a fifth Hobbit that basically sticks around and basically watches Frodo's house, and that's Fatty Bolger.
yes,
So Fatty Bolger stays there, while the rest of them go off east to Rivendell to find Gandalf and Bilbo and all that. But in a later chapter, the chapter really opens like, I think if Lord of the Rings was made as a TV series, this would have been a great opening prologue before the credits of an episode, probably the finale or the mid-season finale, because it gets to a point where the ring race actually converge on the house, Frodo's house at Crick Hollow, and Fatty is in there alone, and they're like, come on out in the name of Mordor, because unlike the creepiness, so Peter Jackson was a horror director, so he made the ring race as creepy and scary as possible, like that.
yeah,
Whereas in the books, they're more like, just, they're like evil knights. They like, come out in the name of Mordor. If you listen to the audiobook, that's how
yeah.
the version I listened to sounds. So but even with that difference, it still felt like a horror, because there was a point where Fatty had to run out the other door, and he was running for his dear life to get to other people to say, hey, we got to fight these we have to fight these fuckers, like they're gonna
Don't fight anyone.
that was the thing that really changed after later in the book. And then the ring race was like, okay, we're gonna let him go, but we're gonna be back here. We're gonna fuck this place up. We're gonna fuck the Shire up. So you kind of knew that was a great way to indicate where the stakes were and all that.
Yeah,
So
because they put so much into the Shire. And another thing I noticed about the films is you kind of get it, but you never really get the real feeling of how all the rest of the hobbits are kind of assholes.
yeah,
Like, you get to know the main characters and how they're like adventurous, like reasonable people, but the rest of the hobbits are a bunch of like
like the ones that stayed home or something.
yeah,
Stayed
the
in the
ones
Shire.
that tried to take all of Bilbo's stuff, the cousins and the aunts
Oh
and
yeah.
everybody else. They're all like really
I
oh,
don't I don't like you.
what's
I
the
don't
word for
like any of
that?
you half as well as you deserve. Or how he puts it
Oh
in
gosh.
the speech. You know what I'm talking about, right?
And they do give that speech like a decent amount of justice for sure
Yes.
in Fellowship. And I did appreciate that after reading the book and realizing that. But I think the idea that they all have this I can't remember the word right now. It's not like political, but it's like a nepotism type of thing. Like it's a bunch of people just born into this like feeling of entitlement of sorts. And so like
Yeah.
when that speech has way more weight in the book than it does in the movie, because you like
Yes.
understand who the people are and how like total assholes they are. Like the hobbits, they have like this secluded type of feel. Like they're not trying to fight anyone. They're nomads that try to find safe, quiet places to live away from everything and away from everyone. And I don't know. I think you get to know the hobbits a lot more in the books. And I know there's more in like the rest of the informational books that you get
Yeah.
on the hobbits. They talk about that in the prologue.
You know about this, and then of course it all kind of it all kind of pays off in the Scouring of the Shire, which of course was never included in any, I don't think, in any adaptation. So like you have Saruman basically, they didn't kill Saruman. Saruman just simply gets his staff destroyed in the Two Towers, and then he basically makes his way to the Shire and kind of starts causing trouble. And he has a posse, and he has a bunch of hobbits following him, and it gets to a point where there's a battle. And the thing is, when Frodo, Sam, Pippin, and Merry come back home, they're completely changed from their experiences from the War of the Ring and all that. And so they basically take charge, and they're like, you think you can threaten us? Fuck off! Like literally.
Yeah, dude,
And
if
they
Merry and
don't, and
Pippin
they
had
don't,
a
and they
sniper
don't.
rifle, bro.
Yeah, like in the there's hobbits bullying them, trying to say, "Hey, you're under arrest," and they're like, "Oh, really? Like they're not being taken, like they're not taking them seriously at all." And it's incredible, like how much the characters have changed, and how much work Tolkien put into conveying that to the reader and everything. And it's still one of the best. It's still one of the. I really enjoy. Like, I think Lord of the Rings. People might disagree with me on this. A lot of stories, like other fantasies that I'm familiar with. One series I really like is still not finished. I'm sure you can guess which one it is. Game of Thrones. But like other fantasies, like like Wheel of Time, for instance, just kind of end right after the Wheel of Time and Harry Potter kind of end really right after the battle, like after the big battle, and then there's a really short prologue saying, "Oh, hey, this is what happened to the characters," really quickly, and that's it. Whereas Lord of the Rings, it takes its time with it takes its time after the big major event, the big major battle, the big major thing that happens, and we get to see the consequences of that in several chapters. And I think Lord of the Rings does it perfectly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read anything like that. Like I've listened to like one series after that, the lit RPG series I've been listening to, but
You never gotten the Harry Potter at all?
no, I mean, like I already watched the movies. I mean, played the game. I don't know. I mean, it might be cool to read through that, but I don't know if I'm going to necessarily. Um,
That's a myth, Nas. That doesn't exist.
I might need a break real quick. If we have like a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll do another commercial. So so now the retrospective I'm still working on. I've been working on this for like 10 years now. You'll see right here. I did make an intro, so check it out. That's still a work in progress. So
2001: A Space Odyssey. You know, I actually haven't even seen that movie, and I've heard so much about it.
it's it's Stanley Kubrick. I don't know if you've ever seen any Stanley Kubrick films, but it's a very slow film with minimal dialogue. Like
Yeah, it's
it's a
really long,
visual.
barely any.
It's a 2 hour and I think it's 2 hours and 40 minutes, and there's only like 20 to 25 minutes worth of dialogue in that entire movie. So there's a lot. It's almost like a silent film. So, but the reason why I add that little blue thing at the blue image was that's how the original trailer was. So I was trying to be as faithful to the original trailer as I could. So, and so I came up with a fake quote that me once said and everything. So yeah, yeah, it's a work in progress. I haven't had a whole. I'm trying to get myself to finish that. It was either that or work on the sequels to the Planet of the Apes films.
Okay.
So
Which
I
I
don't know.
did. Man, we had a good time watching the. I know that I talked over a lot of that, and I really don't want to like. I felt really bad later, actually, about that.
Which
About
one did
being
you
the.
which one did you watch? Did you watch
It
the
was the
original?
one with the real chimp in it, man. I can't remember which one that was.
Oh, Escape. That was Escape from
I I want to tell you that I actually felt so bad later thinking back on the fact that we were all trying to watch the movie and I was just kind of making fun of it for a little bit. And I think it was AC's fault, man. The guy was laughing at my jokes. And so I was just feeding off of that. Okay. And yeah, no, I spent I did feel bad about that, so I apologize. But um
no apologies necessary.
you know what though? When I was watching it, beyond how funny the whole real chimpanzee thing was, I actually you start to just forget, and it happens with a lot of film. You start to forget the fact that they're in masks,
Yeah.
and you're
Yeah.
like just feeling the characters and understanding who they are because it's like
Oh,
it doesn't hold that much inspiration in your
bro,
brain.
bro. There was one thing I did laugh at. In everything everywhere all at once. Them explaining why everybody had hot dog fingers. They used 2001 as a reference. So the apes kill all the normal. So the hot dog fingered apes kill all the normal fingered apes. I laughed when I saw that, bro. I laughed. I saw that.
Yeah, they use the music. They use the same
Yes.
music. Yep. That is such a great scene. The movie, it's references so much. Like they pull so much from everything else with Ratatouille and like all these different concepts, and it's so
I
funny.
I have not seen Ratatouille.
Yeah, I think you told me that
I
the other
was
day.
I was I think it came out when I was already in college, I think. So, I don't know if I was in high school or college, so I was like kind of already past that age. Was
That's
that
a good movie.
Pixar? Do you know if that was Pixar or was that
That's Pixar.
DreamWorks?
That's Pixar. It's a good
Okay,
movie.
I mean, yeah, like Pixar. Like I did catch I mean, Toy Story came out. Toy Story I saw like several times. First Toy Story, 1995.
Classic.
That movie was in theaters for a year,
Yeah.
and I loved. I mean, I'm a big fan of like old 90s CGI, and I like old shows like Reboot and Beast Wars, but I like Toy Story as well. I really enjoyed that movie. I remember seeing the commercial for it, dude. Like the dog chasing the dog chasing them and all that. I thought that was great.
Pixar is, it, despite being like, a Disney appendage, it's like the pioneers of animation. Like
Yes.
they absolutely lead everything. And like when a Pixar movie comes out, except for the last one that came out, I can't remember the name of it. I didn't watch it. I don't know. Dread Roberts did a video on it, I think. But all the movies they come out with are just great. It just even if anyways,
What's is a girl or a boy?
that's a girl. I have girl cats, both of them. That's Remy. Uh, Small Soldiers. I remember that. I've watched Small Soldiers.
You know Small Soldiers? Small Soldiers was
Dude,
I think
yes.
was forgotten. I thought Small Soldiers was forgotten with time because that came on. I remember that came on 98.
I couldn't even tell you when I watched it. I can tell you how. It was definitely on VHS that I watched it with my mom's ex, who was really into retro stuff. He had like he had like the NES in the house and all that, but it seems like a total Zoomer thing to say that VHS is retro, but I loved Small Soldiers.
That was a very entertaining one. That where the small soldiers, the toys that came alive were the bad guys and all that. So yeah, it was. I think it was a PG. I think that was PG-13. I don't think
Something
that,
like that.
it was not. That was not G rated. I know that for sure. So,
Yeah, man, the Ratatouille is a good movie. It's not their best. I don't know what their best would be. Probably Nemo. Nemo's probably the best Pixar movie. What?
I think, yeah. So yeah, Nemo. I really did enjoy Finding Nemo, even though that came out when I was in high school. That came out when I think I was a senior. Um, Toy Story 1. Dude, Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3. I was just coming out of college, and I was beginning. I was beginning adulting. I was an adult at that point. So seeing that movie and how that movie ended with Andy. I think Andy was graduating high school, and basically kind of giving his toys to giving up his toys and all that. That was such a moving moment. I don't know how you could think that you could make a follow up to that.
Man, Toy Story, it's just a classic.
Yes.
They drop nothing but good movies with the Toy Story franchise. Especially the villains. I think it was Toy Story 3 with the bear, or was it Toy Story 2?
I don't know. I forgot.
With the bear, they were in the toy shop, and there was a bear. Man, I don't know. I don't watch all the Pixar movies that come out. I try to watch some of them. Like I watched the decently recent ones, like Turning Red, and I didn't watch the most recent one that came out. You are being ridiculous. This cat.
The cat's the true star of the stream.
The one I liked a lot that a lot of people didn't was Soul, the real jazzy one.
Oh yeah, okay, I know. Yeah, Soul. Yeah,
I know a lot of Disney, like Pixar fans, didn't like that because it wasn't as childish as it could have been. Like there was too many like adult, like more like metaphysical themes to it than usual. Like when you
I think the main
Nemo,
character is an adult, right? The main character is a musician.
Yeah, he's a music teacher at like a middle school.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and the whole story is just he dies and he sneaks his way into being like like an important person who teaches like the new souls about life and stuff like that. And he ends up like helping out a soul who's like been sitting there for a really long time, and Abraham Lincoln and Mother Teresa, and none of these people have been able to get to be ready for life. And I really, really loved that movie, mostly because of its like metaphysical themes, because I found it very like awe-inspiring. But no, I really think Nemo's probably the winner. I don't know. I think
I've heard like I think someone, I don't remember who told me. Somebody told me, maybe it was AC or something. Correct me if I'm wrong. Incredibles. Some people say the Incredibles is the best one.
Oh man, you might be right there. You might actually be right about the Incredibles. I mean, they have a jazz.
I have never seen the Incredibles, so that's
or the Incredibles.
Yeah, I know. 2? No.
And the fact that they started the Incredibles 2 like years and years later with the ending of Incredibles 1 is beyond me. But wow, no, they had like a jazz soundtrack, like the classic like superhero type feel. Oh man,
and all the humor involved. Yeah,
I think Nemo beats it because of the vastness, like what we were talking about with space. It's like you're in the ocean and you're a little fish, and like I think Nemo just wins there. I don't know.
Nemo was really funny. Like I'm like 18 or 19, and it's on TV. I'm watching it and I couldn't stop watching it. And that's it's one of those movies that's just so good that like you no matter like you turn it on and you just keep watching it. So yeah, it was
Yeah, when
funny.
it
It
gets
was
into the fish
funny.
tank, it's
Yeah,
really emotional up until they gets into the fish tank, and then you have like a lot of ease because these are a bunch of fish that just live in a fish tank. They don't know what the
yeah,
hell's going on in the real world, in the
yeah,
ocean. And poor Nemo, he's all wrecked. I mean, the dad's story is like always emotional because he's going to look for his son and stuff.
yeah,
I think as kids growing up, you know, especially kids with like decent relationships with their parents, I suppose, uh, watching movies like that have like real parental relationship heavy
yeah.
roles, they feel really powerful, even as a child.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that's why Nemo for me wins, even though I really, really did love Soul. And I've rewatched it a lot of times, but
Yeah, my buddy of mine really loved the movie Coco. Have you ever seen Coco?
oh man, oh gosh, you're adding variables, Brian. You're
I
adding
know, I know,
variables to my argument here.
I know.
Coco is so good. That's a lot
Yeah,
of metaphysical stuff too, but not really. It's like, you know, it's traditional like Latino type religion, but
yeah,
man,
yeah.
Coco's so
Like,
good.
yeah. So like, yeah. I haven't. I mean, I've seen Nemo. I've seen Toy Story. I've seen Monsters Inc. Um,
You haven't seen Coco?
I haven't seen any Pixar for years. So I think the only Pixar I've seen was the three Toy Stories. I saw Bugs Life because Bugs Life came out right after Ants came out. Ants
Is
was the
Bugs Life not
DreamWorks.
DreamWorks?
No, Ants was DreamWorks, and
Okay.
that. So yeah. So um, um, saw those. I saw. I think I saw Finding Nemo. I don't know if I saw that in theaters though, but I saw Finding Nemo. Saw Monsters Inc. Monsters Inc. was also funny. Um,
Great movie.
After that, I don't know if I've seen. I don't know if I've seen anything else. I don't think I've seen it.
Man, I
I
don't
haven't
know.
seen Cars. I haven't seen Incredibles. I haven't seen. Um, what else? What else has Pixar done?
Oh gosh. I mean,
Coco.
it's a
Yeah,
large catalog. I mean,
yeah,
it really depends on how you judge things, right? Are we judging based off of, it's an animated film, so there's more to
yeah,
go off of, you know? Like if we're talking just animation, things really changed with Coco. Moana is a great example. I mean, the way like things became super hyper realistic with like the way water interacts with like wood, like when she's walking on the wood, and like the very intricate and very detailed designs they put into all of the natural elements into that movie. I mean, I don't know. Coco is a very colorful movie. Like you start out with a very gloom, very deserty type environment, and then you get into the afterlife, right? Where Coco's like
yeah,
all buried into, and then it's like everything's colorful and vibrant, and in certain areas, and it's all about music too, which obviously was a big factor into my love for Coco because I love music, and I think it's so important. Uh, so I'm biased in that area, but Coco is so good.
our young friend CLS says Moana ain't Pixar though. So
Is Moana not Pixar?
maybe it's Walt Disney Studios. 'Cause I know Walt Disney Studios does its own thing too. What about Tangled? Was that Pixar?
Yes, Tangled's good. Uh, no, Moana's not a Pixar movie.
Was it? Is it
That was Walt Disney
Disney?
Animation Studios. Wow. Hey, thank you for bringing that to light, CLS, because I was unaware of that with me and my ignorant, dumbass self.
It's weird because I still think of all CGI films under Disney as Pixar, even though Walt Disney Studios has done their own.
Man, and Moana's one of their top 10 at least, like top 5 at
Oh,
least. Moana's really good.
Up is another one I saw. Oh, dude, Up, the beginning, the first 8 minutes of Up,
Sob,
dude.
immediate sob, make you just
Yes,
cry. Yeah, Up is just a masterpiece.
it
I
is.
love Up.
Up is up is up. Up
You
is
know
up there.
what? This is too much for me because now we're getting into my nostalgia. Okay, that's too much because I loved animated stuff. I wasn't really a big Tangled's not Pixar either.
No,
Dude, you're
it's
killing me. You're killing me, bro. Why do you know stuff like this? Why don't you just let me live in my ignorance? Okay, why would you do this to
yeah,
me?
he won't let me live in my ignorance either. So it's yeah, Wally I've not seen. I know Wally came out around that time. I've been
You
meaning to
know,
see it. I never got around to seeing it. All those little fat kids, all those little fatties, all those
and
human
that's only
fatties.
half the story too.
Yeah,
Wally's great. I think Wally's like different though because it's not a human character. It's
yeah.
more of humanization of like a non-human thing. What is that called? The concept of humanizing something that's not human.
Um, uh,
Giving
human,
feeling to something inanimate.
emotionalize. I don't know. I
Personification. Yeah, there's
personification. Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
Danny just helped me out with that one. Personification of Wally. But oh man. Yeah, no, I don't know. I guess because I wasn't really like a live action person as a kid. I was really into animated stuff because I was privileged to be born in a time when that was super huge. And I got
Oh,
to experience some really good cartoons.
same here, bro. I mean, like I told you, like anime, like I was in the cartoons. Cartoons were my babysitter, so I didn't grow up with. I don't know, like I don't know if I don't know if people your age grew up with iPads. I'm assuming that was that's. I think it's the later the Gen Alpha now.
I
The
was poor, so I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. So I think pads became a thing with kids born after 2010 or something. Um, but yeah, like my babysitter was either my Nintendo, my NES or Super NES, or or watching cartoons on TV or watching or if I was lucky, if I was able to watch stuff in the living room, I'd watch stuff
Yeah.
on tape because I didn't have a VCR in my bedroom. I did have a TV, but I didn't have a VCR. So
The
I had
only
if I wanted
yeah,
to if I wanted to watch a movie, I had to go into the living room in order to do that. So
that's where I stayed, man. The only cartoon I could because that's the only TV we had in the house, but the only cartoon I can remember, um, maybe I don't know if I completely agree with that CLS, but I do love an American cartoon more than I do any anime. But I guess the only cartoon I can remember having on VHS was Fightful Goes West. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's like a little, like a little
dude, I
rat.
saw that. I saw that, dude. This is how old I am. I saw that in theaters.
I've seen
That
that
came out in
movie
1990.
a bajillion times. I would come home from school every day and watch that movie
Yeah,
for
the
a very long
movie.
time.
Yeah, so I my parents bought me the original American Tail, the one that the original. So the Five Goes West is actually American Tail Part Two, and it was
Mm.
I think it came out in theaters, but it didn't have the same animation quality that the first film had. The first film was a Don Bluth studio production. They also did the Land Before. I don't know if you ever heard of the Land Before Time.
Oh yeah, don't come on. Of course,
Okay, just it came on the 80s, so I don't know if that was before your time. You know, I'm just
I had parents, you know.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Rockadoodle Doo was one. All Dogs Go to Heaven was another one, and then I think their first film was called The Secret of NIMH, the National Institute of Mental Health. That's a good movie.
That's a maybe for me. I might have seen that. Uh, no, but when we finally got a working TV that I could put Cartoon Network on,
Yeah.
Cartoon Network is the goat. Okay, Cartoon Network wins. You can't. I mean, Adult Swim comes after Cartoon Network. Adult Swim can maybe take the cake on like cartoon American animation, like. But when it comes to kid cartoons,
Yeah.
Boomerang doesn't stand a chance. I don't know if that offends you, but
No,
they were
it
more
doesn't
like
offend me.
they were more laugh cartoons, you know. And I watched
Yeah.
Boomerang because Cartoon Network didn't always have shows I liked. But if we're coming to like top tier, right? We like after Cartoon Network came out with Adventure Time, it was all competition after that. It was
Okay.
all other networks trying to compete with Adventure Time.
So my buddy Prophet of the Dragon watches Adventure Time with his kids and all that. So is Adventure Time worth it? I've seen I've seen I've seen I've seen I've seen images because I used to watch the Clone Wars on Cartoon Network. I don't know if you ever watched the Clone Wars, Star Wars Clone Wars
Bits and
on
pieces, just reruns, yeah.
because I remember like there would always be Adventure Time commercials for that, and so like the main character would have like squiggly arms or legs or something like that. So I was just like, what is this? What is this type of thing?
Maybe sometimes he would do that, Finn. You're talking to an absolute bias person right now because I've seen all 10 seasons of Adventure Time more than once. And I've also watched the HBO because they bought the franchise, HBO did. And they're making like adult, like themed versions of it now. Like,
Adult themed versions of Adventure Time, really?
so we'll get into that first, right? So, because we're
Yeah.
talking about it. HBO picked up Adventure Time, and they made 4 1 hour long episodes in various points throughout the timeline.
Hmm.
Because the timeline's huge. Like
Yeah.
they created a very vast world. Um, and then they made something called Fiona and Cake, which was an episode that came out. It's basically like the girl version of Finn and Jake. And the whole thing in the show was Ice King, who before later on in the series, when the evil magic isn't taking advantage of him. His whole role in the series is just like kidnapping princesses, trying to force them to love him. And he writes like a fantasy, what adults would think of like a smut, but he writes like a fantasy series of a girl version of Finn and Jake
Hmm.
called Fiona and Cake. And HBO made that into its own series. It's fucking awesome, man. Like it has like, when I say adult themes, I mean more like the whole show starts out, they're like regular adults. It's like they're living in New York and they're poor and depressed. And it's like this crazy series that turns magical later when the whole Finn and Jake theme comes in with Adventure Time. Those are the leads.
Do they
Um,
cross? Do they ever cross paths or something or cross over?
I think yeah, they do,
I'm
but
assuming it's in the
in a
same
later way.
universe, right? I'm assuming it's in the same
Finn's
universe.
it is, but Finn's way older and Jake's dead because he's a dog.
Yeah.
He's a magical dog, but he's still a dog, and he dies way before Finn does. But the HBO series that they did with just the hour-long episodes, the Finn and Jake one they did is probably like one of the best cartoon things I've ever watched. But the series itself is really good because they started out with this really simple thing, right? You have the hero, the princess that the hero is in love with, but the hero is obviously like a kid, and the princess is like hundreds of years old. And it's a very simple concept. And then they just slowly develop it into this like multi-dimensional cosmic world where Finn is just this being of pure heroism and light, and he cannot be triumphed over. He always wins just based on the fact that he's filled with love and purity, and that's like the whole series after that. And the enemies he faces later on, like the main villain that they start with is a villain where his pure purpose is to end all life, like period.
Hmm.
And which is a crazy concept in itself. It's like it's like it's like Control from Discovery, but um, just to be a guy who disses you.
Yeah, I'll drink to them.
But no, yeah. Would it be worth the watch? Yes. Would it be worth the watch to you? You could put it on when you're going to bed, and you will be very surprised later on when you get into like the fourth to 10th season. Things really change, and it becomes a cartoon where adults watch it, and that's why HBO picked it up. Now you have adults watching it. It got rated very well.
Okay. All right.
Um,
That sounds very promising. Um, I have, what, I still have to finish. I still haven't finished, and
what's
it's
that?
been. I'm in the middle of the final season of the Last Airbender, because
Oh wow,
the Netflix show came out, and
yeah.
my once again my friend Prophet the Dragon watched that show with his kids. He loves it. He recommended it to me. It's one of the many shows on my list that I have to watch, and I started watching it. Really enjoyed it, but then I just, in the middle of the third season, the final season, I just kind of just stopped. I haven't watched any more of it, so I got to go back and watch it. So
Yeah, I haven't rewatched it as an adult either. That might be a good idea for me because that thing won awards and stuff. I just watched it growing up, and I remember literally laying on the couch with Kyle watching the very last episode of that show, the very finale of it,
Yeah.
with him on our little box TV in the corner, like barely off the floor.
Mm-hmm.
um,
What
oh,
I
that
had a
was a good time.
thought. I had a thought. And I forgot what I was going to say.
Man.
What was I going to say? Oh, um, there's another series I like that was that I showed AC. I don't know if I showed. No, I don't. Did I show
You
you?
did
Maybe
show
I.
it to me, didn't you? You're talking about Primal.
Yeah, I did show it to you. I think I'm
Amazing.
forgetting
I
shit.
still have not watched more of that, but I absolutely loved what you showed us. I was having a really good time when you showed that to
It
us.
was, dude. It was so wild. Like I'm just like I and this was
Heartbreaking.
that wasn't my first time. I mean, I watched it like I watched it like last year. I saw the first episode. I was like, I don't know if I can watch this. It is so like it is brutal.
It's
Like
heartbreaking.
it
It
is
it just
extremely.
takes and it takes and it takes. Uh
Yes.
yeah, and I'm sure it affected you nearly the same way when you watched it with us. Um
Yeah, I was
that's
just
what
like
good film does, man.
I was a little I was curious how you guys were going to react to it. That's where I was. So
That's what good art does to you, man. That's why when I showed you the Everything Everywhere All at Once, I know you were falling asleep. I was teary eyed through multiple scenes of that,
I
and I've seen that movie like about a dozen times now.
yeah, then that's and I felt like I felt like I wasn't really because of the fact that I was falling asleep. I had to give the movie another chance. I did, and I watched
Oh,
it
I
today,
appreciate that.
and I really enjoyed it. And I mean, the thing is, obviously, a movie meant a lot to you. You made that pretty clear when we watched it the first time. So
Yeah,
that's big. That's a big part of the reason why I gave it a second chance. And plus, like I'm not the best. Like if it's gonna be late, and sometimes it's weird how it works. Like it's weird how life works for me. Sometimes I'm tired and I just can't watch something. So
I
um,
understand. Yeah, because you can sit in Discord and talk, but man, if you try to get me to watch a movie, even if I'm planning on sitting in Discord for 3 hours, you're probably not going to get me to watch a movie for 3 hours.
yeah, exactly. But you did ask if I wanted to if I wanted you to watch a movie. Might if we do a sequel to this Chillporeal because everything has to have a sequel now.
Yeah.
Probably gonna have to show you. I'm gonna and I keep I brought this. I always bring this up, but this movie had such an impression on me, and I always talk about like how '70s films are very bleak and all that. We have to watch an AC. If you want to join us, we should definitely watch. We have to watch the Parallax View. I was telling Kyle about this because me and Kyle were watching like Warren Beatty doing doing his little Dick Tracy thing where he wants to keep the rights, so he does like interviews in the yellow suit and all that, just so that he can keep the rights. Well, Warren Beatty in the '70s was in a movie where he goes up against a corporation that's in deep cahoots with the government. They basically sell assassins. They basically provide assassins uh, on contract to the government. And let's just say that people around Warren Beatty get picked off one by one by one by one by one by one. And you're kind of like, where is this going to go? How is this going to end? And what you see in the movie is just insane. And
Okay.
it still has it still has such an impression on me that I kind of want to watch it with people and see what they think and have a conversation about that because it plays on the whole. You had the '70s, we had the whole Nixon Watergate thing, so people were not so people were already distrustful of the government at that point, and plus you had the whole JFK conspiracy. So like there was that going on too. So the whole idea of there being a commission like the Warren Commission for JFK, and then just say, oh, it was just done. There was no conspiracy. It was just done by a single shooter, or the guy was the bad guy or something. And there's government cover-ups going on. I mean, that type of paranoia. So that's basically the Parallax View, and I think it's a very entertaining film. Like it's. I didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I did. It was just a random movie on the Criterion Collection that I just watched one day. I
You don't
was
think I'll
home.
like it?
I don't know. Do you like political thrillers? Do you like political psychological thrillers?
I'm big into psychological thrillers, psychological horror,
Okay,
things like that.
it's not a
I
horror, but
Yeah,
it's
you said
like
thriller, but
it's a thriller. So like there's no horror. It's more there's an element of terror to it.
okay.
So like there's like you don't see the stuff coming, if you know what
Hey,
I
you
mean.
know what? You gave me the benefit of the doubt. I will watch. We will watch it. We'll watch it. Yeah, because
I
like
mean,
I only showed that
can you
movie to
handle the
you.
fact that this is a movie that came out in 1974, and and like I said, it's a bleak film. So just the fact that I said it's bleak, I'm sure you have an idea how it's going to end. So
They had very like older movies. I had really older movies, like especially older westerns. I had to watch a lot of those with my mom and the taxidermist we were living nearby. Um, and they would always end with something fucked up and stupid happening at the end, and then that was just the end. Like the guy was dead next to his dog, and that's the end of the movie. You know.
what was this called?
Oh, I don't remember the name of it. Oh man, you shouldn't have asked me that. That's a crazy question. I don't remember. I was just there, bro.
You were just
But
there.
I was just there, bro. But no,
I've been there too. Hey, I've been there too, bro. Like there were times where I'm like, what movie was this? I remember this movie. What was it? And
yeah, I'm
sometimes it took me years to find out, but there were a lot of movies I did eventually figure out, movies that I saw when I was a kid, really young. And I'm
yeah.
like, oh, what is this? Oh, I know what this is now.
I was just a kid watching. Well, not a kid. I was more of a teenager, but that's still a kid. But yeah, I was
Yeah.
just a teenager watching it with my mom and her freaking boyfriend. But uh, no, I mean, if this is something you think I'll like, the only reason I showed you that movie is because I knew that it had elements that you would like. It's original, but it has callbacks and like themes that were like sci-fi, but also like family values. And it was the movie means a lot to me because of the family values part of it. Because I'm a real family oriented person.
Yeah.
Um, and so, and the
Well,
people in
just
it, they disagree with each other about things, but they still
yeah.
like get along, and that's how I feel, you know.
Yeah, and it's like just the idea that I mean there are points where we all go through existential crisis, and there's points where we feel, and I mean I'm not an exception to this either. There are points where we feel that the what's the point? Everything is meaningless. And then you have Short Round's character, Waymond, basically saying, "Hey, I know all this too." His conversation is, "I know that the world can be terrible, it can be brutal, but there's a lot of positive to take away from this.
Yeah,
There's the attitude of seeing, like I said earlier, there's the attitude of seeing things half full instead of half empty. And this is something that I do whenever because there are points where I feel like there are points where I just feel down, and I feel like feel sorry for myself, and the only way to really to really counteract that is to do what addicts have to do, drug addicts have to do, or alcoholics have to do. You have to come up with a gratitude list, and
yeah,
you have to recite it to yourself. You have to be grateful, and because there's so many things to be grateful for. You would be surprised, like just like what you have. And when you have a gratitude list, you really put into perspective like what you have that others may not have, that others, so you think you have it bad, well, others may have it worse than you. You have
yeah.
a lot more than you think. You're more blessed than you know.
And I agree with that. that sentiment too, and I know a lot of people don't because they think it takes away from their suffering, but I don't think it does.
No.
Uh, and I think even beyond that, right? Because like, yeah, he understands all this stuff. He's already figured it out. Waymond by this point, he already
Yeah.
understands that his life could suck, but he decides to make it not suck. Um, I think you get to see the, and it's not even that long of a movie, and you get to see the. I mean, by Hollywood standards, it may be like a decently long movie, but by Lord of the Rings standards, whatever. Uh,
Yeah. I mean, 2 hour
um,
20 minutes is pretty standard nowadays for a
yeah,
film.
you get to see the mother go from you should eat healthier, you're getting fat, as her way of telling her daughter that she loves her, to literally breaking her consciousness into the point of like crisis and pure overwhelming pain, just to show her that she loves her. And I think that's that's the biggest thing that affects me in that film, like emotionally at least. Like as a movie watcher, Waymond is such an important character, and I,
Yes.
I think they did such a good job of making sure that all the leads got such important roles in those films. And Joy as a villain, you know, the first time you watch it, it's such a silly movie,
I didn't see her. You know what's funny? The second time, I didn't see her as a villain. I just saw her as someone that just wanted it all to end. Just wanted her suffering to end.
Yeah, you did kind of know the ending of the movie, though, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Uh, I guess I feel the same way too. That's why I feel like the scenes with Joy, like halfway through the movie and earlier on, like
Yeah.
emotionally affect me more when I watch it. When she says that like nothing matters, because now you understand her character, you understand how much she hurts, and so when
Yeah.
she says that, you realize how much weight it really brings. Because when she says that, she's saying, "I'm going to kill myself
Yeah.
because of how much this hurts."
Yeah. And I
Uh,
guess I guess you need to have a big spinning bagel, everything bagel, black hole
It's
bagel.
it's so stupid, man. I love it, and I'm really not into the campy stuff usually. Like I like serious things. I like serious concepts for the most part,
Yeah.
and like realistic scenarios. But somehow that movie was one of the only ones to bring out this like it brings out every emotion within you, because the villain Jobu Tubaki as an entity is like a terrifying thing with her power, but like it also makes you laugh a bunch, and it also makes you cry a bunch, and
Hmm.
like it's it's a Hollywood flick. Like it brings everything that a Hollywood flick should have. It should make you scared and
Yeah.
emotional and happy and laughing. But it
Invested. Yeah.
yeah, and it's barely a Hollywood flick. Like it had no funding and just some
So is that
guys
is
made.
that an independent? So that was is that considered an indie film then?
You would have. I would not know the answer to that question, to be honest. Uh, but I know the guys that made it are not guys that make a bunch of movies. They direct music videos. They directed the "Turn Down for What" music video for
Hmm.
fucking Lil Jon. I don't know if you watched that since we last talked.
What the?
Um, "Turn Down for What,"
I don't think so.
the music video for that. I'll have to make you watch it later. But uh, it's dumb. Lil Jon is like a he's like a he makes like electronic music, but somehow he like was able to fit in with the rap crowd. But there's like no rap music ever in his music. It's like dance music. Uh, but no. He made that song with Shots. I don't know if you heard that. They just say shots over and over again. Uh,
Okay,
yeah, I have no idea
and that's what.
if you've heard
Then
that.
these are what they made. The directors.
The directors made the music video for that, and it is
Okay.
quite interesting. The music video for it, like it is quite weirdly directed. But what they made with this movie is just insane. It's beyond me how they even did that with the budget they had. It's like that skill, and that's one of the things I figured you would also appreciate about it because you appreciate a lot of low budget film. Um, there was a lot of thought that went into proposing this movie to you. You know, I wanted to make sure that it had all the things, uh, and so I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it gives me it gives me hope for it gives me more hope and more excitement for and more eagerness to watch more modern films now. I mean, I
Yeah,
think this just came out like last year, didn't it? Or a couple of years ago.
it came out a few years ago, so I don't want you to get your hopes up, but because these people come around every now and then, but it came out at the same time that Bullet Train did, and I don't know if you've seen that, but oh, now we gotta watch that, man. We got shit to watch. Bullet Train's great. Brad Pitt, come on.
Oh, there's okay. Oh, Brad Pitt. Okay, all right.
He's the lead in that movie, man. That's a great movie.
Bullet Train.
It's an exciting movie.
All right. Yeah, there's a lot of recent films I do need to see. So
And
you're absolutely right there. You're absolutely right.
the Lord from Shogun. Uh,
What's his name? Sakata or yeah,
no, I'm playing with that. It starts with a T, doesn't it?
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
can't
Lord.
think of his name.
He's in that movie. He's like a Japanese samurai type guy. It's a super crazy movie. Like
Okay.
they're on a Japanese bullet train. Um,
Bullet Train. Let me look.
yeah, no, we'll definitely have to watch that.
Bullet Train 2022.
It's got the girl from Atlanta in it too, which I've shown you a couple episodes of that. I've never shown you an episode with her.
Oh yeah,
in that.
I was meaning to watch. Sorry, man. I was meaning to watch more Atlanta. I never got around to it. I was okay. Next stream that we do, next Chillporeal that we do, we'll talk about Atlanta.
Yeah, when we get bored in Discord, I'll show you a couple episodes of that show.
Atlanta
Yeah,
wasn't
we'll hang
bad.
out.
I mean, what you showed me of Atlanta wasn't bad. I actually thought it was funny.
It's directed quite well, and somehow Donald Glover knows how to write. Like, you know, and I like him. Like, he's a talented guy. Like, his last album sucked, but like, the dude knows how to make a show, and they ended it already. It's a finished.
What'd you think of him
project.
as? What'd you think of him as
Oh, geez,
Lando?
Solo. Man, I don't know. I mean, like, that was a long time ago. I thought the movie was funny, but I'm not like a religious like Star Wars fan. Like, I've watched the Star Wars movies with my mom and stuff, but like, I thought the movie was funny or whatever. Like, especially the Chewbacca scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay.
I would like to actually. I'm interested to know from like, did the Star Wars fan base like Solo?
I think some of them did.
Okay.
A lot of people. I think the thing is, a lot of people just weren't interested, and that's why it ended up not doing so well in the theaters. So, because they were originally going to make films like that, but because Solo didn't do good, they just stopped. And what's funny is it's been years and they still haven't made a movie since.
I remember
since,
Lando
9.
as a character. Donald Glover, I actually like as an actor. So I don't know if he played a good Lando because, you know, I don't want to talk out of my ass here, you know.
Yeah.
But I do like him as an actor, and he does great in Atlanta as like a total deadbeat trying to be a manager for his cousin. Which makes the show so good because they're all like poor and they don't know what they're doing.
So we watched what was the episode we watched? It was the one with the barbershop, right?
Yeah, it was the barbershop episode. I thought you would find that funny because
that was funny. That was actually I actually did like that. So
that show
yes.
gets very different. If you end up watching the whole show, it does get into a lot of like political commentary, but not in like.
I mean, Star Trek has always gone into some political commentary too, as long as it's thoughtful and it doesn't really, you know, it shows both sides.
It's all racial commentary. I mean, it is a black show.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you know, when you watch it, you have to like you have to see it from the perspective that like that's what they think, so
Bro,
like
yeah, I used to watch. I don't know if you ever watch old sitcoms, but me growing up in the '90s, 2000s, we had Nick at Night, and we had stations, we had channels that stations. I'm not that old. Channels that would play old shows, and I used to watch All in the Family. I was like 14 or 15.
what was
I
it
It
called?
was called All in the Family. Came out in 1971.
Okay.
Um, it was a show that went into like it was a show about a Caucasian family. The daughter's grown up, so that's mom and dad. The dad is a bigot. He's racist. So he's like, so the you ever hear of the Jeffersons?
Yeah.
So the Jeffersons is a spinoff of that show. Jeffersons are their neighbors
Okay.
in the first season, and the episode that introduces them, the main character Archie tries to have a petition signed to keep them out of the neighborhood, because they don't, because they're white neighborhood and all that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So there's a lot of that type of shenanigans. There's a lot of uh the thing is, even though the main character was written to be bigoted, he was very, at the same time, he was written in a way that he was relatable. He was relatable and even likable at points.
Okay.
So like one thing that show did, and that show was number one for like several seasons, and that's how you write a show if you're going to deal with with characters that do bad things, especially if they're the protagonist. You have to make them human. You have to give them the bad, like, which is what being bigoted is pretty bad.
Yeah, like
But
Michael
they're
Burnham starting a war.
Yeah, but you gotta give them some good. You gotta give them some humanity too. There's points where Archie, the main character, is compassionate, and he ends up doing the right thing at points when he has to. I like to think that characters like that need a lot more gray. There's a lot more gray. There's a lot more, in my opinion, a lot more interest, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
I think the way Atlanta did it, because they have think piece episodes, but they don't actually involve the characters. Like they
yeah,
have episodes that have nothing to do with the characters at all, and it's like completely different people that you've never met in the entire show. And like there's one about like reparations, and it's in the view of like a guy or whatever
hmm
having like experiencing it, and it's
yeah,
funny at like it's they do a good job of it, or they do one where it's like a representation of the actual story of the black kid getting adopted by the lesbian family, and then the
yeah.
lesbian couple they kill all of the kids. uh they like drive off a bridge because they're trying to take the kids from them. They adopt a bunch of black, it's like two like
That
white
sounds pretty.
lesbians.
This is the
It was a real thing, yeah.
this
And they made an episode about that in the view of one of the kids, but he actually escaped in the episode. uh
and
and
this is
that's like
this is
think
and
piece
this
stuff.
is this is that one show,
This
the
is Atlanta. Yeah, they make episodes like that sometimes where it's just out of nowhere. It's a think piece. They have like a documentary episode about like the first like black CEO of Disney or black president of Disney, and when he made the Goofy movie, which
yeah.
apparently the Goofy movie is like the blackest Disney movie. Like that
Huh?
guy made the Goofy movie. He was an animator and he wanted to add a bunch of stuff that didn't end up getting added, but like that movie apparently was always intended to be made in the view of like a black family. And a lot of people didn't know that, I guess. And they have like a documentary episode. And then the show gets into like a bunch of weird, like the characters turn out really odd. Like when they go to Europe and
Yeah,
stuff, and like some of the characters like just go off grid and start. Well, one of them, which is one of the girls from Bullet Train, it's the girl from Bullet Train that's on this show. She ends up like like going insane and pretending to be a French person for like a few episodes, and like it gets really weird later because they were being experimental, I guess. But when the first few seasons, when they're just being like guys from Atlanta, man, that show is amazing. Man, when you finish it though, it's worth it, but I don't know. You have to go through a lot.
I need. I mean, I'm very. When it comes to comedy, I'm very particular. Like, it's hard for me to describe. Like it's hard. It's hard for me to gauge what I find funny. Like, there has to be some good, insults, and there's got maybe a little slapstick. I love the Three Stooges. Maybe some silliness too. When it comes to violence, you have to. It has to be like some things I don't find funny. Some things I do. So like Sunny in Philadelphia. Ever watch Sunny in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
I like that show. That's a show.
Oh,
that's a show I can get behind.
That's an experimental show if I've ever seen one. That's a low budget show too.
Yeah, I think
did
so.
A lot in that show with comedy. They really changed the game with that. I think Atlanta takes a lot of inspiration from that too.
That's probably why I responded the way I did to the episode that you showed me. So,
or the clip that I showed you before that, where he's in the jail.
Yeah,
and the guy's talking to the. Oh my gosh, I rewatch that clip probably every month. We'll have to get into that, but
hey, that's not true, CLS. It's not true.
Hey, I might need another break here. I got to tell you, this bourbon's going right through me, for sure. So I might need a minute here. I don't know if you have any more clips or whatever.
I'll see what. I'll see what I can do. So yeah. Do what you gotta do. So all right. So let's see. We got a message from Jonathan Banks in Beverly Hills Cop. I'll show you right here. It's a quick one.
I swear, if you ever show your face out there again,
I won't.
Ever.
I won't.
Ever.
I won't. I promise you.
Oh!
I want to do it.
You're done. You are done.
I figured,
Huh?
What the fuck are you doing?
What am I supposed to do here, Mikey?
I figured I'd take him now.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
No, shut up.
Yeah, please.
Just shut up, Mikey.
So that's I kind of exhausted my clips here. I don't have any more uploaded. So, but yeah, it's been 3.5 hours. It's one of the longer Chillporeal. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this. This is really fun doing this with Kelly. So yeah, if you haven't, I should probably I'm gonna add his Twitch channel. Guys can subscribe to him or follow him, or you can't subscribe. Subscribing requires payment, right? In Twitch.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about that. I really gained most of those off of people using it to get their music played earlier. But if you ever want to hear just random music played, you can definitely hop in that stream and hear like artists that you'll never hear in your life, that have nearly no following.
Yeah.
Even like really, I've heard some really good stuff in there. Some amazing vocalists, guitar players and stuff like that will never get seen probably because the world of music it's like Hollywood, very difficult to break into. But
your bro is live right now. I think.
Oh, is he with
Price?
Oh, he's with Price. Okay.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
Believe it or not, Beverly Hills Cop stuff. They're let me see. What's the name of it?
No way. After
Beatles. Oh, dude, we have to watch a couple of trailers now too. I forgot about this.
Okay.
So they made a beat. So have you ever seen Beetlejuice?
Yeah, of course.
So they came out with a trailer today. I haven't watched it yet. So like a trailer, like not just like a few minutes.
A new one? They're making a new Beetlejuice?
Yeah, it's a sequel. It's called Beetlejuice.
Oh, what are they going to make a third one with 3 Beetlejuices in it, which I won't say altogether?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, what the
Because
hell?
that's how you get rid of them. That's how you get rid of Beetlejuice.
That's all you. That's also how you get them. That shit virus, that guy.
There was that there, but there was this I wanted to show. Wanted to show this trailer really quickly. Hopefully, I don't get hit for this. But this is the Berserk trailer that I was telling you about. So this is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite shows.
You shouldn't get hit. It's fair use if we're reacting to it as it's happening. So.
Exactly. So, did I wait? Let me stop the screen. I forget if I hit the audio because sometimes it doesn't do that. Oh no, but I am sharing the audio. So, all right. But yeah, I saw this morning. I was like, this looks like everything I want to see. So here we go.
この世界には人の運命を司る何らかの超越的な律、神の手が存在するのだろうか。少なくとも人は自らの意志さえ自由にはできない。
So like this, so what they're showing right now, this was covered in the first episode of the original anime. So this is the first chapter. This is the very first chapter of the manga. And the first chapter of the manga was loosely adapted. They didn't adapt every aspect of it. Here they are actually adapting every aspect of it because there's parts of that manga that I think were even too mature for even a mature anime back then. So
Yeah.
it's like literally the manga opens with the main character fucking, excuse my language, fucking a woman, and then the woman becomes like a demon and tries to eat him, but he kills her first, basically.
Oh. So he still gets his nut, but he doesn't have to worry about dying. That's
Pretty
cool.
much. Yeah. She's like, "Oh, you fell into my trap," and he's like, "No, bitch, you fell into mine." So yeah.
あの大量の武器、すべてこの男のものだというのか。はい、一人で戦を始められるほどでございます。クソ野郎めが。その男は黒い剣士と名乗ったそうだな。
The count. This I wanted to see adapted.
大臣殿、いかがなさいますか。奴は自身より大きな大刀を持ち、止めどなく矢を放つ弓で戦いまする。白の連中をあっという間に。俺の戦いだ。何の意味もなく。
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here.
死人は引っ込んでろ。この俺が死人どもの相手をしてやっているおかげで、てめえはそこで人間以上ってやつを気取ってられるんだ。
Bro.
It does look pretty low budget anime.
It looks really good. Like this is what I want to see.
Good scenes, but it does seem like a weird trailer.
Yep, just like in the manga. I did not think I was ever going to see this arc in particular ever adapted. So this makes me really happy.
Well, I hope they give a good adaptation and they get good funding to be able to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've
can't
ever
wait.
seen The Way of the House Husband.
No.
Oh, it's a stupid comedy on Netflix. It's a comedy manga adaptation. They make the animations similar to the manga. Like, it's not that crazy of animation. It's pretty simple. But
Mhm.
it is actually pretty funny. It's like a Yakuza guy becomes a house husband. And it's like him making all of his house husband duties seem like they're a gang affiliated activity.
Mhm.
Like going to the store, fucking Beverly Hills Cop's excellent. Oh,
Let's you get to we're watching this too.
I've never seen this. So another Beverly Hills Cop after that guy's dead, bro?
After who's dead?
Or am I thinking of Beverly Hills Ninja?
You're probably thinking Beverly Hills Ninja because Chris Farley hasn't been with us for longer than you've been alive.
Yeah, he died the Hollywood way, for sure.
He died in
Are
Chicago.
you sure it's longer than I've been alive?
He died. I remember. He died shortly after I turned 13. This was in late '97.
Really?
He died
was
in
dead
the,
when I first saw him.
He died in the Hancock. Literally died in the Hancock building because that's where he was living in Chicago. So that's where he was staying. So,
Okay.
yeah, I was that one hit me. Phil Hartman died the following year. He was
man.
Yeah, he got murdered. His wife killed him. His wife killed him.
Jeez, what a shit way to die.
Yeah.
Showbiz.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Beverly Hills Cop 4. Now, I don't know if I told you, Kelly, the first Beverly Hills Cop, the clips that I showed, that was my first ever R-rated film.
Okay.
So this series is near and dear to my heart. So let's
Murphy.
Good morning, everybody. It's another beautiful day here in Beverly Hills.
What the hell was that?
Let me guess. Foley.
Did you say Foley?
All riser.
Foley! They stole a helicopter! I didn't realize that you couldn't really fly a helicopter. Otherwise, I would have came up with a different idea. I told you it was a bad idea. Oh, he shot my rotor off! Shit! No!
You know, this is very embarrassing.
You know, how do we rather get locked up than get put in this little Fisher
Wearing the
Price
same
looking squad
outfit,
car?
really?
Fisher Price.
Jane, hey, this is your father. Before you hang up, I'm in town. I've been arrested. Hello?
This is the reason why I like synth pop, Kelly.
You sure y'all paying
This
y'all
movie,
bills? 'Cause this
or
phone
the
don't
original
work.
movie.
This isn't my first time in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I saw that. 84, 87.
Oh,
and in
Joseph
94.
Gordon-Levitt's in this,
But this place has changed a bit.
What brings you back to 902?
and Kevin Bacon.
I got a call from Billy. He's in trouble now. What do you want from me? I want you to be a cop again. You gotta do something.
Axel, if you damage any city property.
You're in a snowplow?
Yeah, we in a damn snowplow. What's the problem? A lot of blind spots in the snowplow.
I'm on an undercover mission with
Oh, they're playing Neutron Dance.
That means we get close.
I'm just burning doing the Neutron Dance.
Y'all safe? Everybody safe?
There's no seatbelt in the middle.
The hell with the seatbelt. We're on the edge.
Lots of destruction for a Beverly Hills Cop film.
We're gonna need some backup.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Getting us some backup. God, I missed you, Axel.
Never gets old.
Huh. Well, that doesn't look too bad. I mean, it seems like a good crash grab with a high budget.
Yeah,
I can appreciate a good cash grab with a high budget, a good remake.
dude.
Like Cobra Kai was a cash grab if I've ever seen one, and I thought that they were pretty good for a little while.
Oh, it was. I like Cobra Kai quite a bit. I think there's a
Yeah.
lot of love in the script, and and just how like it feels like it meshes well with the Karate Kids.
Yeah, it's
No.
it's a little bit campy, but like it makes you feel like a
Yeah.
teenager when you're watching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's campy to the point where it's stuff that you just don't see in real life, like teenagers fighting like an action movie style to the point where they're like they'd all be in jail.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like I got into fights in high school, and I know for a fact that they make you go to an alternative school for 10 days when you get into a fight, and if you get into too many, they sent you to juvenile hall, which
Yeah.
I didn't go to, by the way. But uh, no, it's unrealistic to a point, but like they bring enough nostalgia back, and luckily they're all able to play their characters to a good point and good development, and they make you hate some people really just well enough. Man, I spilled bourbon all over my shirt. It was a really terrible event that was very subtle that just happened just now.
I still have some drops of bourbon right here I have to drink.
How many glasses are you in right now? Because I believe that's my 6th.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I have an inkling that I might be able to drink you under the table, to be honest.
I think anybody can drink me under the table. I think it was here. I think it started here, and now we're here.
It was a little higher than that, I think. I don't know. I'm drinking a bottle of Four Roses right now.
I've had that.
Here,
I've had that.
I think it's all right. The single batch is a little better. It's a little spicier. It's got a little better. It's got a little more of a flavor profile to it. But that's good bourbon. That's good. That's good. Like regular bourbon you can get. And I've had some nasty stuff, man. I dove into the really cheap stuff to see if I could find some gems. There's some gems. There's some good gems, but there's some nasty shit you can get.
Yeah, that's true. That's why, I think for me, like the minimum I'll spend the minimum I'll spend on whiskey is like for me $40.
$40 is a good price. I think Four Roses is about 30.
Yeah, I think I paid about 40. I think I paid 40, 45 for Four Roses because I actually did get a bottle of that too.
You probably got the single batch then, right? The
probably
bottle. That's a good bottle. That's $40. Yeah, that's a good bourbon.
Yeah, I still have, and what's funny is I still have my bottle of I have Angel's Envy Rye, and the Angel's Envy Rye is actually pretty expensive. It's like almost $100.
Yeah, I get that at the bourbon bar we go to. That's also a barbecue restaurant. It's the only good American barbecue in Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
They have a bourbon bar you can get from as well. I usually get Angel's Envy there.
There's stuff with spam in it at the place. Where's there not spam in Hawaii?
There's no spam at this place. It's an American barbecue place. They do have Portuguese sausage, which is a Hawaiian staple. But and they have Kahlua pork, which is like a Hawaiian pulled pork.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's mostly American stuff.
Kahlua. Okay. Makes sense. So, all right, we got one more trailer to go through. So you ready for
let's do it. Let's do it.
Beetlejuice.
I can't wait.
Be warned. It's intense.
It's weird seeing Winona Ryder's dressing looking exactly the same as she did in the 80s.
I love her so much.
Yeah. I like her. I think what have I seen her in? Stranger Things. She's the mom.
She's incredible in Stranger Things.
Yeah.
I love that show.
Same. Oh, the last season was awesome.
That is incredible. I cannot wait for their final season.
Yeah, I just hope they hit the landing. That's all.
They
all
will.
I care about.
They'll stick the landing. There's no way with that many good seasons. You know what? Don't take me for truth though, because they might fuck it up.
Who knows? I mean, some shows like that. That's one of the few shows that actually hasn't gotten worse. It's actually one of the few shows that's actually gotten better.
It's the most original show Netflix has ever released.
Yeah. So I don't know. Kudos to the Duffer Brothers. So all right, let's keep doing this. Yeah, I've heard this before.
Oh yeah.
Hey, it's the mom from Home Alone.
Dead. Death is hard.
Yes.
Yeah, Grandpa's dead because he's a sex offender. The actor that played her dad in the original movie. Yeah,
I'm gonna say it again. Showbiz.
showbiz. Yeah.
Sometimes I think life is harder.
Who was that girl? Was that Jenna Ortega? Am I stupid?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
When I was a teenager, a trickster demon terrorized our entire family and tried to force me to marry him.
Yeah, it is.
I believed he was gone forever until you found this in the attic. Ew. Who's Beetlejuice? Don't ever say that name. Beetlejuice. No, Astrid! I am serious! If you say his name 3 times, he will appear. Beetlejuice.
The juice is loose.
I'm gonna make you so happy.
That was Jenna Ortega.
Was it?
Yeah,
The living,
that right there.
the dead. Can they coexist?
I remember him.
That's what we're here to find out.
Oh my gosh.
Where's Beetlejuice?
Oh, the sandworm.
It's funny, scary. That's what we need.
Beetlejuice!
Feel free to express yourselves. Don't be afraid.
You're a figment of my imagination.
Really? Is this a figment of your imagination?
It's September 6th.
These motherfuckers. All right. Come on. How dare they make me cautiously optimistic about something like this? Willem Dafoe, Jenna Ortega, Winona Ryder. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. That movie's stacked. It better be good.
What is
But then
Jenna
it could
Ortega
suck.
known for? What was she known for?
Many roles, but most recently, she was Wednesday, which I didn't like.
Oh,
that
okay.
much.
I haven't
It felt
seen Wednesday. I've heard good things about it, though.
I know a lot of people liked it for what it was. I tried to watch it. To be honest, I was watching with some girl, but it was like a Disney scary movie. It felt like a Disney Halloween movie with a little more gore.
Yeah.
And that bothered me. But I know people liked it, and I know people thought it was good. So, and Jenna Ortega is a very good actor and very attractive one at that. So, which sounds sleazy of me, but I mean, Willem Dafoe, we don't even have to speak on. That guy is amazing.
Oh yeah, Willem Dafoe, he elevates everything he's in.
He's one of the greats.
You ever see
Winona
probably the movie? I think the movie that I think his most memorable role in a movie. You'll laugh at me for this. Some people would say it's Platoon. For me, you ever see Boondock Saints?
I have. That was the one where there's that clip of him talking about he's gay, or no, he's like talking about he likes classical music.
Yeah,
and he's talking about his
he cross dresses and all that stuff.
Yeah. And the man just knows how to act. Okay,
Yes,
I can't do anything for him to try to critique him because he just knows what he's doing, man. His role in Spider-Man, his role in The Northman.
Oh yeah, The Northman was great.
The Lighthouse. I'm not really enough of a movie bro to sit here and talk about The Lighthouse for an hour. But
I haven't seen The Lighthouse, but I know it's the same director. I forget his name.
I can't do the black and white, man. I think I got turned off of that when the Human Centipede sequel was black and white because they thought they were artsy or something. Like the fan base for Human Centipede appreciated artsy.
Yeah.
And I know that that movie is like a qualifier for being like a cinematic experience of like great magnitude, whatever. I couldn't do it. I fell asleep watching that, which sucked because I used to have this tradition with me and my buddy Aiden back when I was just before I joined the military and I was just a stupid kid. And he was staying with me. He was living in my basement. And me and him would watch movies and we would go to the gas station and get snacks. And he showed me that movie and I couldn't finish it. And I felt so bad because I made that man watch all of Discovery with me. I've made 3 people so far finish Star Trek Discovery with me. We haven't gotten into that. You know that? We went this whole stream and we skipped over it.
You said you liked you said you liked Discovery, which is
I liked the first 2 seasons of Discovery, yes.
Okay. That's all I watched of Discovery was the first 2 seasons.
You read synopsis of the 3rd season and you started watching the 4th season.
Who, me?
Yeah, that's what you told me, right? You watched you read a synopsis of the 3rd season, didn't you? And then we were in Discord when you started watching the 4th, right?
Nope. Didn't watch
or was
the
it the
4th.
5th? Was it the 5th season?
It was the 5th.
Oh my god, there's 5. This is when I tell you I only really liked the 1st and 2nd and then part of the 3rd. We should get into this before we end this, right?
I watched half of the first episode of season 5, which is it's supposed to be the final season, and I was just like, I can't do it. I just couldn't do it. It wasn't interesting. They tried to have like her riding the top of a ship during warp. I'm like, how's that work? So
science, I guess. I don't know
the science. Yeah,
I would like. I don't want to damper our conversation here, but I haven't seen it yet, and I need to first before I start talking about it because otherwise I'd be talking out of my ass, and I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I mean there was a few other things from season 1 that was embarrassing. The whole sonar in space thing.
Stupid. So stupid. I know, right? I know. But
yeah, that was
people.
The thing, Star Trek used to have consultants on hand because the writers don't know everything. So the writers can get stuff wrong. And they had consultants on hand that would basically say, no, that's not it. Get rid of that, all that. So I don't know.
Obviously, you can't do sonar in space. How are you supposed to have sound waves going around in nothingness, right?
Exactly. Sound does not travel in the vacuum.
Now, people, I know you're one of these people, like to think that things are objective. I get that, right? We are humans. We are literally just like things can only be like what we think would be objective to humanity. There could be more intelligent beings that are fucking way smarter than us that think way differently. But as to what character development is, whatever. But that I agree with. The science was weird. And it got a little like odd at times, especially into like the 3rd and 4th season. Like when they're leaving the galaxy, like they're going through some bubble or something. Like there's some weird like bubble system around the galaxy, right? Okay.
What are you talking about what are you talking about? Like the mycelial network?
We're way past that by this point. This is when they travel to the future. This is the things that you missed. Okay. Now let me talk about the 1st and 2nd season. Having a character, right? And this is something I've come to believe. A character does not need to be likable. A main character does not have to be somebody you like and agree with. You don't like or agree with Michael Burnham for like a large chunk of the 1st season. She fucking started a war. She killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people with her decision making. And like, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to agree with her. You're not her. In my view, when I watch film, I just kind of pretend I'm the camera. Film has always been my escape, you know. I just pretend the world doesn't exist. And when you get into that first season, the enemy's the Klingons, and like they get into that whole religious aspect. I thought it was interesting, whatever. Like, I didn't think it was that cool. Like, they had already developed the Klingons to like an incredible point in Star Trek. And so going back to Spock's younger age and trying to like develop them more was weird to me. So,
yeah, I wasn't a fan of the makeup. I wasn't like they used the excuse, oh, the Klingons changed after the original series, because if you've seen the original series, the Klingons didn't have the ridges. They didn't have the ridges on their foreheads. They were just simply, they wore like shoe shine or something, brown shoe shine on their faces, and they had like these really long mustaches, and that's all.
they had
That's
big foreheads, didn't they?
not in the original series.
Oh, well, that's different.
So when the motion picture came out in 1979, that was the first time you saw the Klingons with the ridges, the makeup on their foreheads and all that. So
yeah, they had a lot of time to develop the Klingons, and then they changed them a bunch in Discovery. And my mom used to have a big issue with that, 'cause she's the one who turned me on to that show.
Yeah, they definitely did course correct that with shows like Stranger Worlds season 2, I think.
Didn't finish that. Too much fucking court nonsense.
Yeah. And then Picard season 3, they brought back Worf. Okay. So Worf looked normal. Like Worf, he had the forehead, didn't look like a Klingork. Because that's what we call the Klingons in season 1 of Discovery. We call them Klingorks because they look like orcs.
Yeah.
Like what's funny was the Tellarites in season 1 of Discovery. Tellarites are the pig snouted aliens from the original series. Well, they featured in Discovery season 1 when they go to the mirror universe. So one thing that Discovery does, the one thing that Kurtzman and New Trek and Discovery does, is they go straight for the nostalgia. They go straight for the exciting stuff instead of, like when you got to an episode that had action in early Star Trek, like when seasons were 26 episodes long, like your Voyagers, your TNGs, and all that. It was usually impactful. Now, like every episode is basically an action-packed, thing that would have only seen once a season. So it loses that flavor for starts. I mean, I'll be honest. When I first watched Discovery, I gave it a chance. I gave the first couple seasons a chance. It wasn't until season 2 where they started messing with the continuity, especially the original series. And I think I've told you, the original series is my favorite Star Trek. If I had to choose between all the shows, I would choose the original series. So if you're going to, I mean, if you can't even take the time to try to make it make sense, then I can't really take your show seriously.
So you're mad at the continuity?
The continuity, I mean, you know what they could have done, and it would have worked perfectly. It's not that hard. Just make it take place in the future. Don't why make it take place before the original series? You don't need Spock. You don't need to recast, create new characters, and let us learn to like them. Kind of like with the Next Generation. Next Generation, started off, kind of rocky. But it ends up building building a universe. You got Voyager and Deep Space Nine out of this.
I don't disagree with that, actually. I think that the show could have been much better if they literally look. I get the arc or whatever. They did not have to include Spock and his whole like going insane thing with the.
Well, they copied. However, the whole just to interject really quickly. They literally copied Worf's backstory into Michael Burnham's backstory. So.
Sort of. I mean, kind of. It's a little different, but I mean, with Mainly Spock is my issue here, right? I think it's good to bring in the whole human Vulcan thing and how like different things are. Sure. The way they did it, it was a little weird. Michael Burnham as a character, I actually liked. That's mainly the reason. And the actor. I don't know about season 5. I haven't touched season 5. She may be tired of that series now because you were saying the actors seemed like they were tired of acting by that point.
Yeah, well, I
But-
mean, the show's coming to an end. I mean, they planned for 5 seasons from the beginning. So I think I don't think they're getting. The thing is, Star Trek used to be pretty mainstream. Used to get a lot of TNG. TNG got a
Niche
lot
now.
of. I mean, Deep Space Nine and Voyager are more niche than TNG was in the original series. But like New Trek, especially Discovery and Picard and all that, they're even more niche than even Voyager and Deep Space Nine were, in my
I agree.
opinion.
Yeah,
And
Star Trek
they're
in itself is
losing.
pretty niche.
They don't have the viewership to justify the insane budgets that they have.
Yeah.
They spend more money on less episodes than what they spent back then on the earlier shows. Like I said, they had less budget, but yet had more episodes that they had to do per season. 26 episodes
I think
for a tenth of the budget.
I agree. I think that things get really weird with the way that they started like ending it, and especially later midway through. But I don't know. The way they started Michael Burnham was very interesting. Like the whole like life in prison, and the slow development into like becoming a Starfleet officer again. And I think personally that it was a decent art. Like I didn't expect pure brilliance out of Discovery. And I know that's what a lot of people were hoping for. And I know that the audience viewership did not like Discovery, and I know that. But I've watched the show over and over again now. I've seen it about 6 times up to season 4. And I don't know. Like I liked Michael Burnham as a character, and I really agree with the whole making it in the future thing. It would have made way more sense for the time travel thing, especially. Now, they did try to have a cop out for that later, obviously, when they came into the end of season 2, when they were like, it's all a secret, right? And like, we're not supposed to tell anyone about this. Whatever. It was a cop out, right? It works kind of. It doesn't work that well. It works kind of though, because then Spock goes back and then there's a secret, and it just never gets talked about or whatever. It technically works. It's not technically a plot hole since they added that. But in my opinion, and obviously in your opinion too, it's a cop out, and there are many more brilliant ways they could have made this work. Even with Spock, they could have made it work with Spock without a cop out like that. But no, I liked Michael Burnham as a character, and I think that the actor did really well in the second season. First season, things are a little stupid, right? Like it seems like look, this is the future, right? It seems like a weird movie when you're watching. Like she's got a wig on. Like this is like how many years in the future, and like people wear wigs, but like she's got like a tiny little wig on for like the whole movie, and then she finally has like braids later on that make sense, right? You could probably like, it's the future, you could probably put those in like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
like in right now in real life it takes hours to put braids like that in, but like why would she have a wig on? Vulcans wouldn't care about that. Vulcans are logical. They're way beyond that. The wig didn't make sense to me. And that's such a minor detail, but like whatever. Okay. But like when the time travel thing comes into play, right? It's not going into the future that makes that series matter so much to me. It's while she's going into the future. It's like the emotional impact that it has, the whole time travel thing, and how powerful everything is. I think the writers had a win there. I know that like there's things that suck about the show, but there are very powerful moments in that show. There are wins in that show. They didn't fail at every single turn, every single point that showed up in that series.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I watched any of Discovery, so I'll have to if I want to properly debate, yeah, I'd have to rewatch. I'd have to watch the show again. The problem is
that'd be hell.
Yeah, the problem with the first couple episodes of the Discovery season 1 was it basically, I mean, they the whole idea of the Vulcan hello basically goes against what Trek stood for. The whole idea that attack first and ask questions later has never been a thing. And even the only times that ever was a thing where Kirk and the Enterprise had to go after a ship was only because a ship attacked them, or a ship attacked a colony or an outpost or something like that. And
I disagree. I think that what the Vulcan hello that she was talking about was because it's not like the Vulcans do that. It was the Vulcans logically understand how the Klingons religiously work. And they were using that. She was proposing a way to use that to their advantage to try to create a rapport with the Klingons. Not like the Vulcans do that every time. The Vulcans don't, like, they work logically. They wouldn't do that with everyone. But the Klingons, in their wartime religious like time, are a violent people. They were looking for strength. And the Vulcan hello would have been, hey, we're going to show you our power, and then we're going to talk.
yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, probably right there, but that's just not how the Federation operates. It's never been a thing.
No, it's not. And that's why there was a mutiny.
And that's the thing. The mutiny, once again, violates something that the original series already established. So,
what do you mean?
The original series, there's an episode called Tholian Web, and there was an episode where they find a ship and the crew kill each other. And the character Chekhov asks Mr. Spock, has there ever been a mutiny on a starship before? Now, this episode came out in 1968. And Mr. Spock says none whatsoever. So, I mean,
what if he was lying?
What if he was lying?
Secret.
Well,
look,
back then Vulcans were incapable of telling lies, and then Enterprise come on and kind of messed with
He's
that.
only
That's why
half Vulcan.
Yeah, but his like Dr. McCoy says, his human half is completely submerged. If he even thinks or even gets caught acting like humans, would totally embarrass him. Quote from the Menagerie.
Could humans completely catch that though?
I don't know. But
look, I'm keeping the cop out in mind here. I'm being a devil's advocate. Okay, I don't mean this in a way where I'm honoring my own thought process.
I'm not upset. I know you like Discovery. That's why I'm willing to meet you halfway.
I Discovery has a special place in my heart. Do I think Discovery is like the best Star Trek? No. Do I think that the mycelial network is a very interesting thing? Yes. Yes, I think the mycelial network is a very interesting thing, and had it been presented in a different way, could have probably been like the best Star Trek ever.
Yeah.
If they had done it in a really good way. Because I know you were talking about they had stolen it. I don't care about that. We've established that. You want to steal stuff? Whatever. If it's a concept and it's not copyrighted, you should totally steal it. You should totally use it and make it into your own thing. Who cares? You're not taking away from them. They already used it. But I think they could have done more with that. And I love how they used Paul Stamets. And I don't know if you know anything about that, but the character Stamets in that show, Paul Stamets
Yeah.
is a real person.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
know.
mycologist, and I am a very big fan of Paul Stamets. He's a very like pioneer in mycology, like now today, and in the way of like medicinal use of like not like magic mushrooms, but like real like regular mushrooms medicinally, to like uh help work with disease and even like fight like carbon emissions and stuff like that. The guy is really smart. And so there were good things ahead about this show. And that's why I don't think, in my opinion, it deserved the hate that it got. But I, as a movie person, completely understand that it
There's
got
a
the hate that it got. It's part of a franchise that people really loved, and I really understand why people didn't like it.
even when I first watched it, I didn't even spot the stuff that other people spotted. So, like, honestly, like I don't even remember. Like there's a lot more to it than that. There's a lot more to it that people didn't like about it. I just can't really think of it right now because it's been so long since I watched it. And
Yeah.
and I mean, I think the big thing is that they just the one thing I liked about early Trek. Now, original series this doesn't really apply to as much, but like Discovery, everything revolved around her.
Yeah.
And as much as it may sound normal, but like Star Trek was mostly a show that had plenty of characters, and each character had their moment to shine in an episode.
Saru had his moment to shine. Tilly had her moment to shine. Spock had his moment to shine. All of the captains they used had their moment to shine. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
but
knew
everything really focused. Everything still revolved around Michael Burnham. It was. I
he was the
mean,
main character.
they had
yeah.
B plots, but they had maybe some of them had B plots or something. But
So you didn't like the main character driven focus they used. Like
no, she
you like
wasn't.
more
I didn't think
mass
she
type
was
stuff, right?
the what?
A more mass type stuff, like all of the characters hold like equal importance. I can understand that.
I mean, the captain was always the main character. So I mean, but yeah, like some episodes would focus on other characters. The A plot would shift to like with like TNG, an A plot would shift to Data, or another episode would shift to LaForge or Worf or Crusher or something like that. Same with Deep Space Nine, same with Voyager, same even with Enterprise. So, yeah,
I can understand that. I can understand that. That would be a big change.
yeah. I mean,
For a first officer or a second to
wasn't
be
a,
like the main character.
wasn't a fan of the whole control idea. Like people,
Control was such a good villain, though.
yeah, like that just kind of showed up, and all of a sudden they had to go to the future to get away from control. But then they neutralized control, but they went to the future anyways.
They hadn't neutralized control. They escaped control, and then the Starfleet ended up neutralizing control later because they didn't have the power to keep up. But it was.
I swear they neutralized them. Michelle Yeoh and a couple other the Barzan chick, security chick, were fighting the dude that control took the form of, and then just they neutralized them before they went into it. So
control was a hive entity. They neutralized the captain form of it, which was a big step towards neutralizing control because now it didn't have like its plant in Starfleet, but at the same time it still did have like major, no pun intended here, control over like a bunch of different entities throughout Starfleet, but it did neutralize the major intelligence captain. But they didn't completely neutralize control. And I did sort of like Michelle Yeoh's character. I think it did end up very TV. And I've been watching. This is a weird like comparison. I've been watching Grey's Anatomy, and it was a very Grey's Anatomy situation where Michelle Yeoh's character got killed off. It wasn't. It didn't feel natural. The way her character got killed off. I thought she was a good character. I thought her Taryn was a good character. I liked her better than Michael Burnham. Way better. She's a very important character. And so when she got killed off, I was actually very upset about that. Because that's a lot of development. Michael Burnham, she was just an arrogant fucking kid when she started a war. Michelle Yeoh was a grown woman who was part of a like an emperor of a fascist society that slowly developed into a slightly caring individual. And like the way they killed her off sucked. I wish there was more of her in that show, to be honest, but whatever.
Yeah, didn't they like keep her skull and all that stuff too?
She just disappeared. Did they keep her skull? I'm not sure about that.
Oh wait, that was the original Georgiou.
Georgiou.
Because they killed her. Because she got killed off.
She got phased out.
There was
with a phaser.
There was a Discovery episode I didn't like. There was a couple that I did like, but then it then shifted in a way that I didn't like. So there was an episode. So one thing about older Trek that I liked was, there was still like there was like it wasn't totally sci-fi in its look. Like there were times where you go to Planet California and you'd be on set, or you're not on set, you'd be on location or something. So, and then there'd be other humans on the planet or something, because that was one thing that they did with the original series and with the Rick Berman era shows was they had to cut costs. So they always had like, they go to colonies where there were other humans and stuff. So there was an episode, I think it was the second episode of season 2, where they find like a colony of humans. And what's funny was one of the humans wanted to go with them, and they're like, no, we're not taking you with us. And then they just leave them there. I'm just like, what the heck? You know what I'm talking about, right? They go, there's like there's like a church or something. And it was very close. It reminded me of like a classic episode.
Because that was like First Contact type stuff, which was the area of
it was like part of the Red Angel. It was one of like the first Red Angel coordinate or something.
Could you help me here, because I'm forgetting the area of First Contact is the responsibility of that is Captain Pike's ship. I can't remember the name of it.
The Enterprise.
That's the Enterprise, yes. So that was like Enterprise territory, and things got very tricky there. And yeah, they didn't leave them there, so to speak. They gave them some stuff to move ahead, which was like way outside of Starfleet protocol, which I didn't like, right? I'm not a big fan of that when it comes to, and I like the whole bending stuff when it comes to very specific situations. What up, Whisker? How you doing?
Yeah, what were we talking about, Kelly? What
we're talking about Discovery. We're talking about Star Trek.
Yeah.
One of the things I don't like about shows sometimes is when people stray from their oath. Like I've been watching Grey's Anatomy, and they got doctors being stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
Pardon my language. Like when they're like upset about something. I don't like that stuff. When it comes to Starfleet, they have a very specific duty. I want them to follow it, right? Like maybe it's my military history or whatever, but like if you have a duty, you have a very hard obligation to follow that. And there's a reason for that structure. You can't just break it all the time just to do whatever you want because you're sad about something. And that's one of the things that upset me about situations like that.
And this was in season, what season? This was in season 2?
That was season 2, yes, because that's right. Whenever they got really into the Red Angel stuff with the whole Earth character, because those were humans, those were Earth humans. They just got transported there, which actually never really got fully explained on how they got there.
Yeah, another issue. But I mean, to me, that felt so. That was one. That was one episode. That was one episode that kind of resembled or made me feel like I was watching Ultra Truck. The other episode was an episode where they encountered this big giant spaceborne creature, and the spaceborne creature was like a computer. Like he had like
Talking about the sphere.
century, he had millennia after millennia of and that's what the control was after. But I like the episode where they introduced that creature and then getting the information, all that, because it was like, okay, this is another example in Star Trek of instead of them seeking out alien life, the alien life seeks them out, that type of deal. Like Next Generation did it in an episode called The Nth Degree, where this alien basically takes over Barclay, and Barclay builds a device in the holodeck and basically causes the Enterprise to travel to the center of to like somewhere in the center of the galaxy where these aliens reside. So
yeah, I mean,
you
I thought the
probably
sphere was
don't
a
even
good
know
concept.
yeah.
No, but that was the reason they left. You know, they didn't want Control to get its hands on the sphere because that would have given them like major advantage. And so they left through time. And you know what? I think that's where Discovery, it's not where the directing and the writing gets good, but it's where it gets interesting because the whole spore drive and all that becomes back burner, right?
Yeah.
It becomes, now we get to show you like new technology and stuff that we haven't seen before that Star Trek hasn't shown. And that was one of the big parts of Star Trek was the sci-fi stuff. And so they show you new types of transporters, new
That was
types of
another
interfaces.
that was another thing that I think they should not have done with that, was have the spore drive happen in the interim before the original series. Like that's I mean, this is an issue with prequels in general. But if you're going to do something so crazy like that by, coming up with this mycelial network, have it set, like I said before, future, have it set in the 25th century. That way I can more easily buy into what's going on.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't
Because
think that that's a terrible idea.
I mean, yes. Hollywood likes to complain about fans complaining about the fact that that they overlook a lot of things. Well, I mean, it's not that hard to figure that out. I mean, if a fan can figure that out, a professional that works on this full time can easily figure it out. So, by the way, Whisker Fisherman, thank you for the $2 super chat. The cheers.
The man's got the dono.
I'll have some.
Cheers.
I'll have some more. I'll have some more whiskey, and we'll drink to Whisker Fisherman. I haven't seen you in a while, man. I hope you're doing good.
What a legend, Whisker.
Yeah, he's one of Prophet of the Dragons. He's Prophet of the Dragons' very first channel member, so he knows me through them, through Prophet.
Okay.
I haven't seen anyone from that side of the Wheel of Time community. I guess they all abandoned. They all abandoned the Nerdporeal. So cheers.
Brian, I gotta get you on my stream. I don't care if you're an audio engineer. I've had Kyle on my stream before. He's not an audio engineer. He likes dance music. Kyle likes electronic dance music, and he hears a lot of it in the stream. Man, Kyle's heard some great music in there. I would love to have you on the stream. It's on Twitch, which I know isn't really your platform, but my cat is fucking me up. What do you want?
What year is OG Star Trek set? Well, according to, if you look at Memory Alpha, if you look at Star Trek Encyclopedia or Star Trek Chronology, back in the day, 2266 is when the first season of the original series takes place. And the Cage, the first pilot, which is set 13 years before the first season of the original series, that takes place in 2254, I believe. So
I think we could get there, honestly. We went from making the first car to going to the moon in what was it, 60 years?
Yeah.
Something like that. We could get there. We could get there for sure.
Yeah. So, Yeah, so Discovery takes place in 2256. So Discovery takes place after The Cage, the first pilot, but before the second pilot and the first season of the original series.
So your major issue here, and we've talked a lot about this tonight, we've talked about this before. It's not all with the technicalities. It's because of its Star Trek relation that bothers you the most. Because of the fact that it broke canon, which it did. I would never deny that, right? I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, I mean,
and it
and this
also
is and
messed
this
up
is and this
scientific stuff.
yeah. The story itself is mediocre too. Characters are not, I mean, like you said, you don't need a character that's likable. For some things, yes. For Star Trek, no. This is where you and I are going to differ.
You think you need a likable character for Star Trek?
In Star Trek, yes. Unless, I mean, Star Trek's always been about optimism and hope. Discovery doesn't really do that. Like
Michael Burnham is a real. She acts like a surgeon. She's a real. Oh fuck.
Like, I agree with you on one thing. I like the character Saru. I think Saru is the best character in that show.
Saru is amazing
because, like, he feels like, well, his actor is brilliant, and he's like, one issue I have with New Trek is that a lot of times you see these aliens. To me, they're just people in makeup. I don't see them as aliens. They're not. They don't like they act like. It's not just wearing makeup, but like the actors have to act alien. They have to act slightly different. I mean, not to the point where, like, I mean, you have Cardassians and stuff. Some people say, oh, Bajorans are very human, but they're different at the same time. So, but when I see like in the 5th season of Discovery, there's like this woman and her alien partner are stealing stuff, and the alien partner just sounds like another human. It doesn't sound like an alien at all. And then Picard season 3 did the same thing with an Orion alien. The only Orions are the green people that enslave. They have the animal slave women and all that. Even there was a character that talked like they were in New York in 1975, doing drug deals or something. I'm just like, make it a little bit, write it to the point where it sounds a little bit more alien than that. So yeah, I don't even know if I'm even making any sense. It's another pet peeve I've had, but not just with this. It's not just isolated to Discovery. It's across the New Trek spectrum, basically.
I understand. I think it's a perspective thing. Like, there are objective things that I didn't like, but there are many, many subjective things that made that series not good for some people. We can't pretend that everything's objective. A lot of things are going to be subjective, especially to somebody like you who's a major Star Trek fan. They're going to find things that they don't like about it because of their Star Trek history. But somebody who never sees Star Trek ever going and watching Discovery may love it because they don't know shit about Star Trek.
Yeah, and that's kind of what that's kind of what scares me. That's kind of why I started my channel, because a lot of people, young people, roughly your age, maybe a little bit younger, a little bit older, got their first taste of Star Trek with the J.J. Abrams films. And
yeah,
I mean, when I was younger, when it first came out, I was like, okay, I like this. But then after watching a few more of them and just rewatching the older Trek, rewatching older Trek, it just doesn't fit, and it just doesn't match with what Star Trek is. It's like Star Trek wanted to be Star Wars because, well, the people that made those films were Star Wars fans. They weren't Star Trek fans. So
yeah, I mean, it was always about, forget the pew pew. It's about the people. It's about the science and stuff like it was real sci-fi. Star Wars was more fantasy than was sci-fi.
Yes.
You know, I should say we should probably wrap this up here soon.
What? Oh, yeah. It's only been 4.5 hours. So I mean, like, we're getting close to the record. My record is 5 hours. My record is with Leon Words of Paradise. We were talking Sonic the Hedgehog and Zelda and a bunch of an anime, especially Dragon Ball stuff, for like 5 hours and 10 minutes. So I don't know if you want to stick around for another.
I don't think I'm a record breaker tonight.
You're tired? All right, man.
Yeah, I am.
All right. I am tired too, so you're not wrong there. So anything you want to promote?
Yeah, if you like music, you want to listen to music, you can follow my Twitch channel. I know he said he popped that in the chat. I'll pop it in the chat again if y'all want. We love to listen to music from people and hear new artists and stuff. So we'll be live again here soon. So yeah.
And whose brother are you again?
I'm Dread Roberts' brother. I don't make the same content as him, but I love Dread Roberts with all my heart. So
yeah. So yep. And as inappropriate as this sounds, I love him too.
Oh yeah. What a guy.
What a guy indeed. So, but yeah, Kelly, thanks for doing this with me. I know you and I, we've had a lot of conversations in the past on Discord, and I was just like, you know what, I think this could translate well to a Chillporeal, and you know what, I think it did. Did you?
Yeah, we sat around, man. We chilled, and that's the goal, right?
Yeah. And what's funny is you've shown your face first before Dread Roberts showed his.
Oh yeah, well, I don't have an avatar. I just I stream on Twitch, so I just do the face thing. So yeah.
Yeah, so you actually showed your face before he showed his. So even though I've seen Kyle's face, because he's done on his older content and everything. So
yeah. You go back far enough, you'll find him. Man, he's there.
Yeah. So subscribe to Dread Roberts. I think he's already at 12.5K. So he's already, what's the term you youngsters use? Mogging. He's mogging all of us in
I've never said that in my life.
You've never said that?
No, I'm not Zoomer enough for that.
You're not Zoomer enough.
Sit at home. Yeah, and I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah, I've been I've been here. I've been watching like a lot of these videos, and yeah, everybody's just like language just keeps changing everything. So, but yes, yeah. So next week I already have my guests lined up for next week, for the next 3 weeks. So so I'm definitely gonna be Chillporeal is gonna continue for the next few weeks at least. There's still some content I want to do. Wheel of Time book club. I used to do them on Sundays. With House of the Dragon coming out, I'm going to be doing the after show for House of the Dragon each week. So me, Prophet, Kyle, the three of us, and we're probably going to I'm going to look for some guests to join us. So we're going to be doing those from June to August. So if I do Wheel of Time book club for Lord of Chaos book 6, it would have to be on a different day. So maybe a Saturday or something. I'm still in the prologue reading wise, but I've listened up to chapter 26. So that's where I'm at with that. And video content haven't really worked on much. So, but I did 2001's probably going to be my priority again. Either that or do a video on the sequels of Planet of the Apes or something. So, but yeah, there's the reason why I've been growing subs is from my older videos. So, hopefully that'll keep going. So, but yeah, man, I'm tired too. I'm falling asleep myself.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
No problem, man. Kelly, everybody subscribe to Kelly's channel, YEARPROD on Twitch. You have one. You have one also on YouTube, right? At YEARPROD.
No. Oh, I do, but it's like there's nothing on there. That's just my artist channel. So
Oh, I see.
we don't have to worry about that. There's nothing on there really.
Okay. All right. Well. Okay, everybody. Thanks for being here. Stay Chillporeal, stay safe, and let's see who's going to be on the next Chillporeal.